embarrassing lawsuits in video game history. It would turn out that every single thing that the CEO did was outlined clearly by ChatGPT in a step-by-step basis. He literally let it take control of his entire life. It was incredibly humiliating to both the CEO and his company, ruining the reputation they had so carefully built for so many years over a mistake that even an intern wouldn't make.
I mean, it's Crafton. I'm surprised that not enough people are talking about it because, of course, we have to stick with the memetics, that is Highguard, because, yay, you know, the game that nobody wanted to play. Highguard was okay. It wasn't exceptional. It was an okay game. Wasn't it been showcased during the Game Awards, it would have just faded like everything else. Much like the example that I'm about to give you. Have you heard about the Cube? The Cube Save Us? Yeah, that game lasted fewer days than freaking Highguard. It was a Crafton thing, and it just vanished just like that. Out of most companies that are going through this cycle of like hiring a studio and just wasting their talents away, I know that the big ones are always mentioned, right? Sony, Microsoft, or Bethesda if you want to go, ZeniMax if you want to go a little bit more pedantic onto that. But Crafton does it too.
I've been following this story closely ever since it began in the summer of 2025, and now that it's finally come to somewhat of a conclusion, we have to talk about it because it's truly unprecedented. So you already know the drill. Let's do this.
Hey.
The only thing more fun than driving like a madman around the city is doing so in an anime-style open-world RPG game. More specifically, with the ability to do so on scooters, go-karts, luxury cars, sports cars, you name it.
Oh, it's Video Game 2. It's finally out, I see.
And the only place where you're able to do that is, of course, NTE. A game not just impressive in scale, but also impressive down to the most minute details. Whether it be NPC interactions, dynamic weather, or the fact that you can fully explore city buildings. You can choose to do so with full freedom, whether it be in first person or third person, either in solo or in multiplayer. There are endless things to do, and when the game launches on the 29th of April 2026, you'll be able to unlock an S-class character, Chiz, by simply leveling up. So my favorite part is the fact that there's no 50-50 mechanics on the gacha banner. You get the character you want, and that's it.
Okay, well I guess that the gacha developers are learning. No, like seriously, that's a problem. It's fueling an addiction that is going to turn so many people into Lucari.
So look, if that all sounds interesting to you, then make sure to get NTE today by clicking the link in the description or the pinned comment. Thank you so much to NTE for sponsoring this video. Alright, so to really understand how this all began, we have to go all the way back to the year 2013, when Steam, the beloved games platform on PC, would release Early Access, an absolute turning point in game development. It would allow you to release an incomplete game, charge money for it, and use community feedback to improve it with the hopes of releasing it one day. And while yes, this sounded great on paper, it was actually a program that was heavily criticized in the first few years after its release. For example, on March 20th, 2015, PC Mag had written an article titled 8 Early Access Video Games That Were Horrible Messes. Early Access games sounded great, assuming that developers actually had an intention of completing them one day. However, some developers would release an early access game incomplete and would just abandon it, or just stop working after people had paid money for it with the hopes of it releasing with full features one day. And while yes, for a while we did have to deal with a lot of early access slop, it really took some time for people to start to truly appreciate how amazing the early access program was for...
Oh my god. So, okay, this is my fault. I came in later into Kenshi. I never realized that Kenshi was an early access title. Okay, cool on the guide. The Kenshi series person.
Guardian is the example of the game Genshin. However, in this video, the amazing example of early access comes from the developer Unknown Worlds. Prior to Steam Early Access launching, they were mostly known for the game Natural Selection 2, a fast-paced multiplayer shooter that pits aliens against humans. Now, it wasn't mainstream by any means, it wasn't making millions of dollars, but it did have a community that appreciated it, and the developer had somewhat of a fan base because of it. Here's the deal though. This game had released around 2012, and it somewhat coincided with the release of Minecraft at the end of 2011. This was important because the director of Unknown Worlds, Charlie Cleveland, would note that in his opinion, Minecraft transformed the game industry and threw away all traditional challenge-oriented and progression-oriented games. He'd revealed that after the release of Natural Selection 2, the team felt exhausted, and it would prompt them to make a game inspired by Minecraft that involved them trying something completely new. So on December 2013, Unknown Worlds would announce an ocean-based game titled Subnautica, releasing concept art, just one image showing where the game would take place. At the time, the game was just a prototype, and Hugh Jeremy, the head of public relations at the studio, would literally say, "We just don't know what Subnautica is yet. We can't even point to specific genre. We just don't know." The only thing they knew was what was in the prototype, that it involved designing, building, and crewing up submarines, and that it would also, of course, be in first person. But look, at the time, this was a very interesting announcement because this was a developer who had already made a game that was loved by a community, who was hoping to tackle a very underutilized setting in gaming. The ocean, the water, right? Everything was above land in games, but this was open world under the water.
It's incredible, actually. 2013, that's when we get Black Flag. We get the one pirate game that everybody was enamored with. But how often did you get under the water? Well, you had the Bell missions, and that was just about it. There was a yearning to be able to fare at sea by many people. I understand why this took off so much. Subnautica has, and still is, one of the best games that I've ever played.
Definitely piqued people's curiosity. And thankfully, people didn't really have to wait that long to see what this game was all about, because 1 year later, on December 2014, Subnautica would come out on Steam Early Access. And according to this article from Eurogamer, it would cost £15, a heavily discounted price for Early Access because today it costs €30 at full price. And even though it had come out in Early Access, this game was very well received. It was innovative. People loved where it was based, the gameplay was awesome, and you truly felt like you were getting value for your money. It very quickly became critically acclaimed. Overall, it would take the game around 3 years to go from early access to full release, launching on January 2018. And as you can see, by the incredible amount of positive reviews reaching overwhelmingly positive on Steam, this game did not in any way screw up its launch. If anything, it's one of the best examples in the entirety of the Steam library that show what early access can truly do. So it came as no surprise that barely 2 years after their full launch, they would have sold a total of over 5 million copies.
Think about this number. There are studios today who see 5 million copies and go like, not enough. Like, what the fuck you mean it's not enough? $150 million? And of course, if you take away all of the past that Steam has to take with publishers and all that, it's still a hell of a lot of money. Like, I get it that everybody's chasing after that secret source. In a previous video of mine, if you're interested in looking into that one, I mentioned how through the Rockstar hack, we actually got to understand the amount of money that a lot of these studios are making, especially Rockstar, who even through one of their supposed failure of Red Dead Redemption Online, they are making $500,000 a week. That's big money, and they're doing so with only 4% of the people playing it being the whales, meaning those who are investing that much money into a game. That's fucking insane. And this is even more wild when we're talking about a single player experience. You don't need to cover server cost, you don't need to keep things, technically speaking here, in perpetuity so that the people don't come and complain over the fact that, oh, where's my game? Studios are able to put out amazing product like this and foster amazing communities, which is what Subnautica has been nourishing for so many years. Yet, you will see studios that will look at that and the only thing that they will see is money and try to push for more with too little.
An astounding number, especially for an indie developer. In fact, numbers like these are so rare to find that when they do happen, they start attracting a lot of attention. When you start making money and find success, people take notice. And that's exactly what happened here, because Unknown Worlds had caught the attention of the gaming conglomerate Craft. What is Krafton? Well, they
PUBG.
have like over a dozen different studios and a dozen different games. Most notably, they are the company behind PUBG Battlegrounds. And they were also the founders of Striking Distance Studios, the studio behind the game The Callisto Protocol, which wasn't really received that well, but still was a AAA game, I guess.
I mean, the Callisto Protocol, in all its fairness, was a failure, right? Because it was made by one of the previous author of Dead Space, and he came back to it in order to create a similar experience. It's basically a one-to-one comparison again, another game that I've reviewed. Even the fucking ending. Like, way too many similar steps, with the one exception that you are working alongside the one Karen that we all like. But they try to redeem themselves by actually turning this game, by giving it an arcade mode, so to speak, where it's mostly about you going against the horde. But if you wonder why this Krafton has so much money to acquire all of those studios, I urge you to look up how much money PUBG Mobile makes a year. That I don't need to state anymore.
This is a Korean company that is worth over $1.9 billion. They saw how successful Subnautica was, and they wanted a piece of that success as soon as possible. How soon, you might ask? Well, as soon as the end of 2021, barely a year after Unknown Worlds had announced that they had sold over 5 million copies of Subnautica, Krafton would swoop in and acquire the entire studio with 100% ownership stake for a maximum of $750 million. But now you're probably wondering, what do you mean for a maximum? Like, how much did they actually pay? Well, essentially, they had paid $500 million for the entire studio, right? They own everything the studio had ever done and ever will make. That's $500 million. And on top of that, they also added an option in the contract of offering an additional $250 million in earnings, depending on the achievements of Unknown Worlds after the merger. Now, at the time, this achievement was still unknown to the public, but Krafton and Unknown Worlds knew exactly what it was going to be. Subnautica 2. But they didn't just buy Unknown Worlds for that. They knew that there was still going to be many more sales to come for Subnautica 1. Because as recently as May 2025, Subnautica would come out on mobile, reaching an entirely different platform with many more sales. And by February 2026, Subnautica had sold over 18.5 million units. I mean, God, in comparison, Expedition 33 sold 8 million. And this is a widely critically acclaimed game that had won so many Game Awards. So what I'm trying to tell you here is that 18.5 million units is incredible. So Krafton had already made quite a bit of money thanks to this already. As for the co-founders of the studio, it made sense as to why they accepted the crazy $500 million deal. On Steam alone, this game had made over $274 million in gross revenue. But after adjusted regional pricing, discounts, refunds, the cut Steam takes, which is 30%, and the VAT plus sales tax, they had really made like around maybe $80 million. So $500 million to buy the studio outright, plus a chance of getting $250 million in bonuses, that's more than 6 times than what Subnautica made on Steam alone in net revenue. So it seemed like this deal was genuinely mutually beneficial. Both sides benefited and knew what they were getting themselves into, just like how every deal should be. And so as expected, around October 2024, Subnautica 2 Early Access would get announced, with a release date set for 2025. To Krafton, this was going to be their main money printing machine. This is what they placed all their bets on. If Subnautica 1 could sell over 18.5 million copies, then this was going to sell that and then some.
Dude. And of course it shows it. I was just about to say it's the most wishlisted game on Steam. And, bro, seeing Deadlock here. The game that most of us have been playing already and think is almost fucking ready. Good on you, Val. You kill it. But also, Sean, are we going to talk about whenever your game will release? When are we going to learn more about Light No Fire, Sean? Will you tell us something?
No.
I guess the answer is, no.
This wasn't based on delusion, it was based on facts. Steam allows you to wishlist games. That way your friends can see your wishlist, maybe gift them to you, but also more importantly, if you wishlist a game that hasn't come out yet, you get notified. As of today, by the time I upload this video, Subnautica 2 is the most wishlisted game on the entirety of the Steam platform. It was simply that highly anticipated. But as you already know, we're in 2026. This game was meant to come out in 2025. So what happened? Well, it turned out that Krafton had no intention of honoring their $250 million bonus deal. And one day, in the summer of 2025, the co-founders would all wake up to a random email telling them that actually their services are no longer needed because they're fired.
A wild thing is that some of the co-founders actually already were chasing different ventures. Some of them were dabbling in filmmaking already. They were like, hey man, what the
On the 2nd of July, 2025, Krafton would put out a press release that came out of nowhere, saying Krafton announces gaming industry veteran Steve Paputzis as new CEO of Unknown Worlds, specifying Paputzis replaces the previous
trifecta.
leadership team, Ted Gill, Charlie Cleveland, and Max McGuire, effective immediately. These are the 3 co-founders of Unknown Worlds. Krafton would then specify that they sought to keep them on, right? They tried their best to keep them, but that they wished them the best on their next endeavors. The CEO of Krafton, C.H. Kim, would then say, there is nothing more important than the gamer experience. Given the anticipation around Subnautica 2, we owe our players nothing less than the best possible game as soon as possible. And so, just like that, the game director, the technical director, and the CEO of Unknown Worlds were out and replaced by one person who, as far as we knew, had nothing to do with the studio. Additionally, this press release, as noted by Kotaku at the time, felt somewhat passive-aggressive. One paragraph of this press release that we didn't read was, as part of its oversight, Krafton is committed to achieving regular milestones to assess progress across its creative studios. These reviews, based on clearly defined metrics and targets, will help ensure that games meet both creative and quality standards. This process is essential to delivering the right game at the right time. Unknown Worlds' new leadership fully supports this process and is committed to meeting player expectations.
Yeah, this was just scummy. This was something that clued some, at least, to believe that something was up. I read that and I was like, what the fuck you mean by that? The company that's been doing so well, of course, there's some people who have certain objections about Below Zero. You do you, but they just painted out the previous team as just fucking up. And of course, when you then are a studio that gets acquired by a massive publisher, no matter what you say, because they did issue some, not apologies, but some clarifying statement, nobody's going to believe you. Because, yeah, you got bought up. And that's fucking unfortunate, man, because it's so hard sometimes to look at these things in an objective lens. We just have so many examples of people, quote-unquote, selling out because their say-so almost has nothing over the sway that the publishing studio has over them.
So it really made it seem like these 3 co-founders were not doing a good job. Like they screwed up and just couldn't make the game in time, not respecting the company's milestones. But by now, it was safe to say that if you were looking forward to the game releasing anytime soon, you probably weren't feeling too good knowing that the co-founders, the leaders of the studio, were let go so abruptly. This right here was a post made on the r/PC Gaming subreddit, now deleted, urging everyone to boycott the game's release, not buying it because of this. Seeing that the fan base was absolutely on fire and didn't even know what to believe anymore, Unknown Worlds would release their own statement a day later after all the firing, on July 3rd, 2025. This statement would re-emphasize that they're still confident with Subnautica 2, that they're fully supporting the new CEO that just arrived, and that this game that the team has been working on has not changed at all. The studio still includes the veterans that made Subnautica 1, and their commitment to this open development of early access Subnautica 2 has not changed.
And think about a wild thing that is to say, man. You're being fired and at the same time you're still arguing, hey, we are going to meet our schedule. Okay, we will make it. It's still 2025. The year hasn't ended. Like, even for the CEO that just fired you, he has got to be sweating like, holy shit, that did not dissuade my enemies. What do I do now? ChatGPT, tell me something.
They'd end this by saying, nothing has changed with how the game is structured. It will remain a single-player experience with optional cooperative multiplayer. No subscriptions, no loot boxes, no battle pass, no microtransactions. So look, this was nice and all, but at the end of the day, Unknown Worlds is 100% owned by Krafton. This statement was most definitely approved by Krafton, if not written by them. so it didn't really do much to calm down the community. There were still theories floating around everywhere. But then, 2 days later, the user Flara, who was actually Charlie Cleveland, the fired game director of Subnautica 1 and 2, would make a Reddit post on the subreddit r/Subnautica. In it, he would reminisce about his journey with game development, how it started more than 25 years ago, how it all started with him making a Half-Life mod called Natural Selection 1. He would talk about his journey with the studio, how the community helped shape Subnautica 1, and how even with all this, they also failed making one game previously called Moonbreaker, and how he and the team learned from it. What's most interesting in all this statement, though, was what would come at the end. So you can see why, for Max, Ted, myself, the Unknown Worlds team, and for our community, the events of this week have been quite a shock. We know that the game is ready for early access release, and we know you're ready to play it. And while we thought that this was going to be our decision to make, at least for now, that decision is in Krafton's hands. After all these years, to find that I'm no longer able to work at the company I started stings. He would end this with a sentence saying, "And I also want you to know that this is not where the story ends."
Hey,
So barely a
loitering
week into him being fired, things were starting to get very interesting and messy. Krafton, with their passive-aggressive messaging, were indicating that this was actually their fault for having been fired, that the game's milestones were not met, that it was pretty much behind schedule. But here, you had the game director himself and one of the co-founders say, actually, the game was ready. It was meant to come out on early access soon. So already, both sides of the story were so different. 4 days later, on July 9th, Bloomberg would release a bombshell of an article titled, "Krafton delays Subnautica 2 game ahead of $250 million."
Hey, smells fishy.
Krafton would specify to Bloomberg this decision was not influenced by any contractual or financial considerations. But Bloomberg would specify the $250 million bonus was due to kick in if Unknown Worlds hit certain revenue targets by the end of 2025, according to the purchase agreement, which was reviewed by Bloomberg.
Oof. Send in Jason. Look, I know that some people, whenever it is that he comes out with an article that they don't quite like his statement on Crimson Desert, they are going to be like, "Hey, fuck you, Jason Schreier, you shill cock," or whatever derogatory thing that tend to be said about a man. When he does his investigation, he does his investigations.
Delaying Subnautica 2 into next year, the company is unlikely to hit those targets, and therefore the employees may not be eligible for a payout, the people said. Unknown Worlds leadership planned to share the additional money with all of the studio's employees, which number around 100. Staff who were at the company at the time of the acquisition were told they were eligible for bonuses ranging from hundreds of thousands to 7 figures, the people said. But Krafton would go further. They would start straight up attacking these founders, saying that 90% of the $250 million payout was allocated to those 3 co-founders. So they were pretty much revealing to everyone that the majority of this money was going to 3 people, that they weren't sharing it with the rest of the studio. Additionally, Krafton accused the executives of abandoning their responsibilities in order to work on other projects, including a film, leading to delays for the game.
That's the part that I mentioned before. Like, hey, if you're confident in your work and you are ready to ship it out, then why the fuck will you not go and do something else? Where Krafton, quite literally, I know that Mugen is likely going to be talking about that in a bit, but like had crafted a chart about the different things that they had to hit, like targets, with like a freaking assets in the game that were already made, and they claimed that they were not. Super pedantic, but they had a game ready. They had a game ready, but Krafton just decided to go like, nah.
Their official statement would say, "We are deeply disappointed by the former leadership's conduct, and above all, we feel a profound betrayal by their failure to honor the trust placed in them by our fans." And during this very tumultuous...
Our fans? Our? Who's we? Are you speaking French here? No? Okay, mais dégage alors. Oui, you came in and took over a company and then you claim to be part of it.
This week, the new CEO of Unknown Worlds would take questions from employees during a town hall. Someone would ask, "Did you guys delay this game to not pay out the bonus?" To which he would say, "It's a good question, and I would appreciate patience on this particular topic." He would then double down on the fact that they really want this game to release in an amazing state. They take the game very seriously, which is why it was delayed. So look, the
Beyond my
more we
current
learned
understanding.
about what was going on behind the scenes, and the more Krafton released statements about this whole mess, it really was starting to feel like the bonus did have something to do with this. At the end of the day, Krafton wasn't the studio behind Subnautica 1. The co-founders were though, and their story was so different from Krafton that it caused a lot of concern. By now, people really didn't know what the hell to believe. They were just sad that this game seemed like it was never going to come out. And speaking of the game coming out, on the same day the Bloomberg article would come out, Unknown Worlds would make a statement on their website saying an update on Subnautica 2 early access. Here they would reiterate that they got feedback for Subnautica 2 and that it simply wasn't ready to come out in 2025 as it was already planned. And so the new date for the early access release of the game was going to be in 2026, effectively delaying it by a year. In parallel, they would also showcase gameplay of the game, saying that this was their way of showcasing their confidence with how the game was coming along. But as people were barely starting to process the fact that the game was going to be delayed by a year, one day later, on July 10th, 2025, Charlie Cleveland, the ex-game director of Subnautica 2, would, on his own website, release a blog titled Lawsuit. In it, he would say, "Hello everyone. It continues to be an explosive and surreal time for the Subnautica team and community. None of this is what we wanted, but we truly appreciate the amazing support we've gotten from everyone and means a lot to us, especially now. As I wrote last week," he's referring to the Reddit thread, "we know in our souls that the game is ready for early access. That's just how we roll, and we'd like nothing more than for you to play it. Game devs live for this, but it's not currently under our control. We've now filed a lawsuit against Krafton. The details should eventually become, at least mostly, public. You all deserve the full story." Suing a multi-billion-dollar company in a painful, public, and possibly protracted way was certainly not on my bucket list, but this needs to be made right. Subnautica has been my life's work, and I would never willingly abandon it or the amazing team that has poured their hearts into it. As for the earnout, the idea that Max, Ted, and I wanted to keep it all for ourselves is totally untrue. I'm in this industry because I love it, not for the riches. Historically, we've always shared our profits with the team and did the same when we sold the studio. You can be damn sure we'll continue with the earnout/bonus as well. They deserve it for all their incredible work trying to get this game into your hands. Stay tuned. Signed, Charlie. So I just like to point out something, right? This all happened in like barely 8 days. All right, they got fired on July 2nd, and this is happening on July 10th. As a Subnautica fan, you were waking up every single day with like a slap to the face. What the hell's happening? So this blog post re-emphasized the game was ready. It was meant to release. Krafton stopped us. And on top of that, the final paragraph here was a dig to the statement Krafton made about the co-founders, about the fact that they were intending to keep 90% of the bonus between themselves. Things were getting nasty very quickly. And so 6 days would pass, and Charlie would again make a statement, this time on Twitter, saying, "Hello everyone. The saga continues. In my previous post, I mentioned that there would be more to come. Well, today you can finally read the official complaint the original Unknown World shareholders have filed against Krafton. It's unfortunate we are here in this situation, but we're doing everything we can to make things right for everyone. Openness and transparency is my thing, so we're glad to bring this truth to light." It was official. The lawsuit was moving forward, and we had access to the complete complaint to see exactly what the problem was. The complaint itself was around 58 pages. It was uploaded on Scribd, I guess that's how you call the website, and it would be viewed by almost 100,000 people. So here, Charlie and the other two co-founders accused Krafton of deliberately sabotaging and delaying the game's release to avoid paying out the $250 million that was agreed upon during the acquisition of their studio. One of the concluding paragraphs here is really interesting. It would say, "In short, Krafton flagrantly breached both the letter and the spirit of the promises at the very core of its agreement to purchase Unknown Worlds. It promised to leave creative and operational control in the hands of the founders. Promise broken. It promised to consult with the founders before taking any action that could harm the earnout. Promise broken. It promised not to take any action with the primary business purpose of frustrating the earnout. Promise broken. And it promised not to terminate the founders without cause. Promise broken."
And then we get to learn why.
Why? Because Krafton knew that allowing the founders to launch Subnautica 2 as planned would generate enormous commercial success and require Krafton to pay the $250 million earnout. By firing the founders and delaying the launch, Krafton can capture what's left of the game's commercial success without paying the
booze
Unknown
in
Worlds
there?
team a penny
Pour
of
me a
the
cup.
earnout. So as you can see,
Which is fucking wild. Imagine that. You have what is presumably a guaranteed W. And while I, of course, cannot say for certain that it is a guarantee that something like this is going to lead to a game necessarily making as much money as its predecessor, but this was a case akin to Larian Studio going from Divinity Original Sins 2 to Baldur's Gate, who has like 30% of each studio owned by Tencent. But they allow them to have all of the creativity that they need. They are not compromising, just in spite of what some people are presuming that Larian has to do. But it was a sure victory. So the 250 figure here should have been an easy thing to get away with, especially in the long term. Which is extra weird, but we're going to be talking about that in a bit. But let's continue.
see, this accusation was not liked at all, and it was aired out to the public. Now everyone knew what was actually going on here. This went against the entire spirit of the acquisition, and it seemed like Krafton was playing very dirty. At the same time, during all this, someone would leak some internal slides
There it
from
is.
Krafton. It dated back to May 2025. And you can see Krafton's logic to delaying the entire game's release due to, like, barely a couple of things that were changed. 2 biomes were removed. A small amount of creatures were not there. Some equipment was reduced. A custom game mode was not there. And there was 1 narrative that was delayed. Due to these things, Krafton argued that this entire game needs to be delayed 1 year, even though it was meant to release in early access. Even though Subnautica 1, when it first released in early access, barely had any of this. It had like maybe 1/10 of all the features. This gave even more ground to the argument that the founders were trying to make. When these slides leaked, Krafton would immediately make a response, saying, "The document that has been circulating on social media and reported by various outlets is indeed part of an internal milestone review conducted as part of Subnautica 2. Milestone reviews are conducted regularly in collaboration with Krafton's creative studios across all projects. These reviews help assess development progress, define clear objectives, and ensure that each project aligns with Krafton's standards in both creativity and quality. This process is central to Krafton's commitment to delivering polished, high-quality games at the right time." Thing is, though, part of the deal of acquiring Unknown Worlds is that they wouldn't interfere. This was not a decision that was up to them to make. And what went
Exactly.
against this narrative was the fact that in the lawsuit made by the co-founders, you'd see a section saying one of Krafton's El Segundo publishing employees reported to Gil, who was the CEO at the time, one of the co-founders, that Krafton headquarters told all Krafton teams to stop all creative tasks related to Subnautica 2. The employee supervisor even demanded that he and his team cease communication with Unknown Worlds altogether.
That's wild. You can't say that. Dude was sitting there in the background yelling like Anthony Mackie, cut the check.
So they went against every
CEO,
aspect
that
of
is.
the acquisition, lied and made the co-founders look bad as if they weren't working, and on top of that, were isolating the studio from being able to make progress. This is what was at stake here. And so the next step in all this would come almost a month later. On August 12th, 2025, Krafton would counter the lawsuit, arguing that actually the only people who broke this agreement were the co-founders. In this almost 102-page document, in which Krafton gets questioned a lot of questions and they answer, they would also make their case as to what exactly happened from their point of view. And they'd say, things fully veered off course by the spring of 2025. Unknown Worlds received extensive feedback from Krafton's internal publishing teams, which indicated that Subnautica 2 was not ready for release. Krafton's CEO warned the key employees that a premature early access release of a highly anticipated sequel like Subnautica could cause irreversible harm to the entire IP franchise, pointing to the sequel to Kerbal Space Program as a prime example.
I'm sorry, what? Oh, this is something that I did not hear about. Because you cannot freaking say that. Why? Because KSP2 was bloody murdered. And let me explain to you why. See, if I launch Steam right now, let's say if Steam is willing to open, there it is, and I search for Kerbal Space Program 2 because I don't want to install it. Jesus Christ, I have it uninstalled naturally because I did not. You couldn't play the game when it came out. It's almost been 2 freaking years, but that's not the point here. If you go to the store page, and as you can clearly see, it's mostly the slide because when the game came out, nobody could fucking play it because it was so broken and something was so off. And you search for Intercept Games. Now, why is it not here? I will tell you why. When Take-Two took over Kerbal Space, they fired the entire team after forcing them to put out this game in early access, and they lied about laying off all the employees and somehow got away with it. Take-Two should be beyond ashamed of what they did, and when a CEO here uses Kerbal Space 2 as an example for something that he himself was about to do, it's bloody psychotic. But I guess they are on that AI psychosis, so it makes sense.
But as the end of the earn-out period drew nearer, the game was still nowhere near its planned scope. Indeed, as late as March of 2025, only 2 months before the key employees claimed the game was ready for the first early access release, the development lead for Subnautica 2 at Unknown Worlds noted that the first early access and second early access, planned for December 2025, would only be about 12% of our intended 1.0 scope, and joked that at that rate, we would be in development for 30 years. The key employees became desperate. If development of Subnautica 2 continued at its current pace, the key employees would miss out on 4 quarters of consecutive revenue they needed to maximize their earnout, which expired in June 2026.
Wait,
So
what? So the period was not in 25 but in 26.
See,
To
this
the
was new
adventurer
info.
go
Bloomberg
the
reported that they
spoils.
needed to make all this
Trying to
money by
keep up.
2025. No, the deadline was actually June 2026. That was the
On
deadline
me.
for making the most amount of money possible to qualify for that bonus. The lawsuit would continue, cognizant of this and faced with a choice between their own monetary interests and the best interests of Unknown Worlds and the Subnautica franchise. The key employees insisted on moving forward with a premature early access launch of Subnautica 2. Krafton would then argue that they were so worried about the game flopping, they were so worried about the game's reputation and disappointing fans, that they had no choice but to get rid of them and get things back on track. But the accusations wouldn't just end here. In Krafton's counter, they'd argue that when they told the co-founders that they were going to get fired, the co-founders said, well, hey, we'll just release it on our own. Fuck you. So they downloaded countless files related to the game and left with them. Krafton would claim that they stole the blueprint for Subnautica. Here's what they exactly said. The key employees refused, threatened to self-publish Subnautica 2, and, anticipating their termination, stole hundreds of thousands of Unknown Worlds and Krafton confidential documents before they were fired, presumably in furtherance of their plan to unilaterally self-publish Subnautica 2 and capitalize on the earnout. This was complete character assassination of these co-founders, right? Making them
Yikes.
seem like they're money-hungry goblins that were willing to set everything on fire just to get that payout. So again, even though this was brought to court, we were faced with 2 very different stories. But unfortunately for anyone keeping up with this, for anyone wanting to see where this goes, they would have to wait some months before hearing back on what was going on, because this was heading to trial. Like, that's
Yeah.
it. This was going to court. And so it wouldn't be until November 6th, 2025
That
that we
things
saw
started to
an
get
update
funny.
to this, and it would be during a pre-trial brief. This typically happens after the discovery phase. So both sides had months to get documents, get proof, get anything to back up their claims. And what we would find here, I mean, objectively speaking, it didn't really make Krafton look any better. In fact, it made them look worse. This is actually the first time we see mention of ChatGPT during this whole debacle. But before we get to this, we have to understand just how crazy the things that were found about the CEO of Krafton truly were. PC Gamer summed things up nicely. In the pretrial brief, the co-founders would allege that Changham Kim, the CEO of Krafton, was desperate to avoid paying them the bonuses required by their acquisition contract because of professional embarrassment that would result from the perception that he overpaid for the studio. Interestingly enough, the co-founders would also say that Krafton was fully aware of what was happening at the studio and even expressed support for it. On top of that, when it came to the claim that one of the co-founders abandoned development to focus on making a movie, the filing also claims that Krafton actually encouraged it. They go on to say, already concerned that Krafton had paid too much to acquire Unknown Worlds, Kim feared that making any earnout payment to founders would earn him a reputation as a pushover and endanger his position as CEO. Desperate to avoid such a professional embarrassment, Kim obsessed over finding a way to avoid Crafton's obligation to pay the earnout. The
Fucking
pre-brief
wild.
claims Crafton head of corporate development Maria Park told Kim that Crafton would likely have to pay the earnout if sales targets were achieved, even if the studio heads were dismissed with cause. At that point, the CEO turned to artificial intelligence to help him brainstorm ways to avoid paying the earnout, the filing claims. ChatGPT likewise advised that it would be difficult to cancel the earnout. This is right here in the pre-trial brief, and there will be
The fact that ChatGPT said, bruv, don't do this. And he went like, no, I'm gonna do what I want. And the AI quite literally told him, brother, why? Why?
First aid kit at the ready.
a footnote in the page saying Crafton did not produce the ChatGPT conversations and, when pressed, confirmed that they no longer exist.
Right.
God, I wish we had them. Dude, someone contact OpenAI, please. Of course, a company representative would just say no when asked if the claim was accurate, saying that this is nothing more than a distraction. But what's crazy here is that they're also alleging
Project
that the
X,
CEO
yes.
had created something called Project X, an internal company task force, all with the purpose
On me.
of not allowing the co-founders to get that bonus. We would find out later that Project X and everything involving it was actually ChatGPT's idea. Like, no, at this point, I refuse to believe this guy earned his position. This has to be nepotism. How do you end up...
Did you just have to fail up words? That's so fucking unfortunate. The open claw is another one that a lot of people have been using as of late. And you have a bunch of these people who have just poured and given access to an AI agent to take over the company and improve it, only waking up to a day later to see the thing crashing and burning. While I am not completely against the idea of self-made man, there exists some out there, historically speaking. There are some people who have built their companies from the ground up and close to never actually needed anybody's help. But like these people are like the clear example of, I guess it is nepotism to a certain degree, because you have people who have put you in this position and they are the ones who gave you all of the good advice. Take the fucking advice, especially when you have people, legal counsel that can help you. You are a CEO. Why do you consult an AI agent?
as CEO thinking that something like Project X is a good idea? Sounds like something that Elon Musk would do. This pre-trial brief, also through Discovery, would get the Slack messages between CHK, the CEO, and Richard Yoon, the CFO of Crafton. Here we can see a conversation on the 27th of June 2025, a few days before the firing. Richard Yoon would be saying, I had a phone call a little while ago. This time, the co-founders, are asking for $75 million for themselves and $40 million for the team members. They say they won't do it unless we negotiate the packages of the teams together. The bucket for the team members we are thinking of at present is $10 million. It might be easier to just take over, ... To which CHK, the CEO, would say, set a date and send a letter if you need to send it in advance. So this is when he would decide, all right, we're gonna fire them and take over the studio. The last piece of the puzzle here that really paints the full clear picture is that Kim's contract as Crafton CEO was going to be up for renewal in 2026, which is why this whole thing was personal for him. He understood too late that this deal was actually not really good for him and his company, and he didn't want to lose his job.
And if I'm not mistaken, he's still in charge, right? It was up to March, and they still got him. How? Like, if he did all this to try to escape professional embarrassment, and God said professional embarrassment, why is he still in his position? Actually, let's look it up. Crafton CEO. Well, he's still in charge. He hasn't changed. Kim Cha-gang. Yeah, he's still him. God damn it.
If I've even tried to gaslight Charlie Cleveland, the game director, telling him that paying the earnout would cause the value of the studio to drop significantly, and that he, as the person responsible for the investment, would have to take responsibility. Just outright embarrassing. And speaking of embarrassing, it gets worse. It gets humiliating. A few days later, on November 19th, 2025, Chang-Hen Kim, CEO of Crafton, would get questioned during a testimony for the trial. Here, he would admit Yes, he consulted with ChatGPT. It was actually his main legal advisor. He would say this even though a few days beforehand, during the pre-trial brief, a Krafton spokesperson would say, "This didn't happen, it's just misinfo. You're trying to distract us from the main issue of the lawsuit." Here's what the CEO said. "I started discussing this matter with various teams within the company to figure out what we could do. So I talked to the legal team, the finance team, and the corporate team, and the PR, all these various teams, and I also actually searched on ChatGPT to get faster answers to figure out what kind of rights we have." When asked why he would consult with ChatGPT on a matter like this, Kim said, "I think, just like everyone else, I'm using ChatGPT to get faster answers or responses, just like Google search." The article from PC Gamer would say, during cross-examination, lawyers for the former Unknown Worlds principals also point out that in a June 2 message sent to Krafton head of corporate development Maria Park, Kim included a ChatGPT link and subsequently referenced the chatbot's advice directory. He'd say, "Now, ChatGPT is starting to answer that it is difficult to cancel the earnout. If so, this is a contract under which we can only be dragged around." The lawyers also point out that while that particular ChatGPT conversation was subsequently deleted, as was one about a no-deal scenario with the studio, others from around the same time still exist. On redirect, Kim said he deleted those queries because what I learned is that, from OpenAI, is that if you use certain important information concerning your company, then that type of information can be used by OpenAI for learning purposes.
No
What a
shit,
great excuse, dude. And you know
idiot.
what? The dog ate my homework yesterday too. The article will continue, "It's all rather messy." Kim, who acknowledged making dozens of ChatGPT inquiries every day regarding general business at Krafton, said he was merely using it to research his options, as he would with any other search engine. But
That's so fucking wild. Remember the CEO that I mentioned before from Y Combinator? He was doing the same thing. This dude was creating daily agents so that they could play different roles of company members with whom he could have the conversations with. Dude, I know that the internet had made it so that a lot of us have it easier to converse online because you don't need to deal with the micro expressions, the silence in the room that sometimes occur when people have to be face to face. It's not always that whenever I'm, for example, reacting to a video like this, in comparison to real life, I am so spontaneous with my rhetoric. Sometimes I stumble on my words. Sometimes I'm just sitting clearly there and just observing in silence. That's fine. You ought to be able to be introspective sometime and not constantly expect there to be a direct answer to questions. AI has made it so that there are people out there who cannot handle just waiting for a proper answer from people, actual human beings who know what they're doing. Did my camera just freeze there? I'm so sorry.
with hundreds of millions of dollars at stake, not to mention the future of one of Krafton's potentially most lucrative games, I would think that shareholders would expect more from their CEO than just kicking it around with a chatbot. And yeah, I mean, that's totally right. Like, what are you doing as a CEO? What is the leverage of having you around if you're just going to ask a chatbot about everything you're doing? I mean, at this point, why not just replace him with a premium subscription to ChatGPT, or maybe
Mind
even
the
better,
wind.
Claude, an actual AI that works? And as the article point out, the fact that barely a few days beforehand, the company denied the CEO ever using ChatGPT, and now him admitting this doesn't look good for the case at all on their side.
All right, so I'm going to make a quick statement here about what often comes across as some AI agent favoritism. Of course, if you're not too keen to listen to my rant, which I promise you is actually going to be very, very educational, feel free to skip to this timestamp here. But check this one out. This is a screenshot that I took this year, right, in April, because there was a lot about these subjects that was being covered. And this one had a pretty fun title here in April. It says that, is your idea or your business idea actually good? This Claude hack provides the cold hard truth. Now, this is from a guy from this article here by Inc.com that is trying to make his business better by soliciting the help of an AI agent, Claude. And he guarantees you that the method is going to work if only you add in, at the end of your prompt, be brutally honest. Bruv, I cannot tell you the amount of people who have engaged in this kind of nonsense because they actually believe that this is truly going to yield them with good responses. And this in spite of the fact that the science is proving something completely different. As an example, this is from Harvard Business Review, where they have made a summarization of some scientists' research where they took on 30,000 data points by testing all of the major LLMs. This includes Claude, GPT-5, Gemini, the one that a lot of people are using is Google's proprietary one, and some others as well. And they asked them for some strategic business decisions, so to make the business better. We're talking about stuff like, do you centralize or decentralize? Do you explore for new ventures or exploit your employees? Focus on the short-term or the long-term successes. Remember how I mentioned long-term before? You know, real business scenarios where a company faces a specific crisis or a fork in the road. So they then compared the result that the different AI had, the recommendation they gave them, and that in comparison to what veteran human strategies will do. The result across the board, regardless of which agent we were talking about, were all the same. They all regressed to the mean. And that's because AI is trained on this massive corpus of corporate data that you see on the internet, and sometimes, of course, to certain businesses' data. And much of it, unfortunately, consists of generic consultant reports and thought leadership articles, like business bro videos, the stuff that you see on YouTube, on somebody's Instagram
Easy now,
or
Kakuku.
Reddit post. Not to shame anybody on Reddit here. But these things are already biased towards what is the most common, so the average. And the advice that you get is going to be the same. Like, contrast that with the CEO of Krafton here. He used GPT to kind of contrive this little bit of a hostile takeover and find a legal loophole. Much like the reports tested, the LLM recommended strategies that align with the managerial buzzwords rather than any fucking logic. I read a bit of an excerpt about this Project X, and the entire thing just read as something that focused mostly on what's the word I'm looking for here? The optics rather than actual logic. And of course, it went and circumvented actual legal counsel. And this is again the same thing that the article is going to be arguing for here, or against, that these things can be used as the glorified things that they are. Good search engines, but should never be used for the final decision. But if I were to like add a little bit to Mujin's point about, you know, using Claude and not GPT could be considered as being worse because according to this report here, it has a hybrid track because it tries to play it both ways when it is given the choice to. So like, are you going to centralize or decentralize? It's going to be giving you the option to do both things. It's fucking stupid. And of course, the researchers, even when they found this out, they tried to adjust for different things, give them different prompts, and even try to bribe them. Still, they gave them the same bloody answers. Because to push this point home once more, what AI gives you is a concentration of every thought online, diluted just so slightly to make you sound smart. And it can't be a great search engine. Hell, I've used it myself to like reverse search for sources on information that I sometimes gather online, because that is the best use that we can have it for. But that is it.
And yeah, I mean, that's totally right. Like, what are you doing as a CEO? What is the leverage of having you around if you're just going to ask a chatbot about everything you're doing? I mean, at this point, why not just replace him with a premium subscription to ChatGPT, or maybe even better, Claude, an actual AI that works?
Yeah.
As the article point out, the fact that barely a few days beforehand, the company denied the CEO ever using ChatGPT, and now him admitting this doesn't look good for the case at all on their side. So here we were at the end of 2025, and the most wishlisted game on Steam was held hostage due to a lawsuit.
Let's
Make
go.
no mistake, this whole thing had happened because the CEO of Krafton had made a bad deal. He signed off on it, and now he wanted to run away using ChatGPT as his mentor. Fans were losing hope that they were ever going to see this game, and things were not looking good for Krafton at the same time. Lawsuits like this are typically very messy and take years to be done. So it came as a shock, I think, to everyone when only a few months later we would get the opinion of the Vice Chancellor presiding over this case. And to say that it would be humiliating for Krafton and its CEO would be an understatement.
The reason why it is still so highly wishlisted. This. This. Fucking kudos.
On March 16th, 2026, the Vice Chancellor overseeing this case in the state of Delaware would publish a 91-page opinion piece in which we can see the verdict outlined. TLDR, Krafton must return control to Subnautica 2 Studio CEO. However, when it came to Cleveland and McGuire, the Chancellor would argue, Jill is reinstated as CEO of Unknown Worlds with full operational authority over the studio. Because restoring him vindicates the seller's operational rights, I decline to return Cleveland and McGuire to the peripheral roles they occupied before their terminations. Gil, with his authority restored, may proceed with the early access release of Subnautica 2 when he deems it appropriate. So what this means is, for now, bringing back Ted Gill as CEO is satisfactory enough for the founders to regain full control of the studio, which is what they wanted. When it comes to the other two co-founders, their roles weren't that impactful to begin with. Having Ted Gill come back as the CEO, as the guy who's heading the entire studio's decision-making processes, is enough to give them back full control and not allow Krafton to decide things for the studio anymore. And on top of this, the Vice Chancellor would specify, to ensure the specific performance remedy is not illusory, the base earn-out period is equitably extended by the duration of Gill's ouster. So that means for the entire time that Gill wasn't CEO, the clock wasn't ticking on the deadline for the bonus, which means he gets extra time to earn that payout. The sentence afterwards is also very important to note. It says, whether Krafton's actions wrongfully impaired the earn-out and whether any resulting money damages are owed are reserved for the second phase of this litigation. So this lawsuit was not over. It's just that for now it was decided that yes, the co-founders need to get back control of the studio, it's in their right. But the question of whether Krafton deliberately wanted to sabotage the payout and whether the co-founders are owed additional money for the sabotage are reserved for the second phase of this litigation that will eventually happen. So this is far from over. This opinion piece would also talk about Project X, in which we'd understand more details about it, saying, at ChatGPT's suggestion, Kim formed an internal task force dubbed Project X. The task force mandate was to either negotiate a deal on the earn-out or execute a takeover of Unknown Worlds. They looked to buy time. Kim would seek ChatGPT's counsel on how to proceed if Krafton failed to reach a deal with Unknown Worlds on the earn-out. This is when the AI chatbot would come up with a response strategy to a no-deal scenario, which Kim would share with Yoon, the CFO. Here we'd see multiple steps outlined by ChatGPT, with step A being preemptive framing. Repeat that protecting quality and fan trust is the highest priority. Undermine the large corporation versus indie framing. Which is exactly what he did, by the way. B, securing control points. Lock down Steam and console publishing rights and access rights over code/build pipeline for both legal and technical aspects.
This shit was so scummy. That's the whole part of, hey, we're gonna shut it all down.
What is it? What is it?
Why?
Is it
Earn-out
another
freeze,
timeline?
keep room for negotiations through provisions stating immediate removal if specific development results are achieved. The Vice Chancellor would then say, over the next month, Krafton followed most of ChatGPT's recommendations. And that's what we saw earlier in the video. That's exactly what they did with their statements, saying, guys, we don't think the game is ready, we care about the fans, etc., etc. So look, this wasn't like an exaggeration, this wasn't clickbait in any way. Every single thing that happened after Kim had fired the co-founders was literally just him following what ChatGPT had told him. A CEO of a $1.9 billion company seeking advice from an AI chatbot in order to not pay $250 million that was part of a deal he signed off on. I swear to God, you cannot make this shit up.
I know that I mentioned Lakari earlier, but isn't he also him who was like asking the AI agent whether or not he was going to have a big prison sentence for the stuff that he had on his PC? What the fuck is up with these people, man?
But here's the thing, if you think that this is where things ended, then you're horribly wrong. A day later, The temporary CEO, Steve Kaputsis, that now had to leave because Ted Gill was going to be reinstated, would share a message with the Subnautica 2 team. He'd thank everyone for the incredibly hard work, and he would announce that they had passed Krafton's milestone review just last week. Now they're ready to release in early access to the public. They were targeting May, and this information was leaked exclusively to IGN. This meant that from this point onwards, the game was set to release barely 2 months after the founder CEO was reinstated. Now this caused a big problem. The CEO, who had barely just came back, now was facing a new issue. Why the hell would you announce the release date of the game like this? He would again call up his lawyers and file a complaint against Krafton, saying this announcement was potentially damaging the game and sowing additional confusion among the Subnautica community. Krafton self-servingly announced the launch without any regard to its impact on the game, the team, or the community, let alone this court's opinion. Announcing the release of a game is momentous, and it is typically accompanied by significant marketing activity, fanfare, and community coordination. That entire process was supposed to be driven by Mr. Gill. However, in defiance of the court's opinion, Krafton has now taken that away, further damaging the game and sowing additional confusion among the Subnautica community. They were pretty much alleging that Krafton had intentionally leaked this to sabotage the game further, as a middle finger for losing the lawsuit. A month later, though, I swear this is a roller coaster, this complaint would be withdrawn. The lawyer of the CEO would ask the judge to toss the motion. I guess by that point, the founders just wanted the game to release in one piece. They were prioritizing the community and wanted to stop all these legal headaches. However, a day later, after withdrawing the motion on April 23rd, the publication game developer would reach out to the lawyers of the 3 co-founders for comment. They'd say that despite the unknowns, the future of Krafton and Unknown Worlds relationship will be a continued challenge. In quotes, it's going to be extremely hard to repair the relationship between Unknown Worlds leadership and Krafton, especially after such a humiliating court defeat. And this assumes that either party is interested in mending fences. So yeah, the lawsuit was done, the CEO was reinstated, it seemed like justice was handed, but Krafton still owned the studio, 100%.
I don't think that he would, especially when that CEO is still in his position. Who's to say that he's not going to do the same thing again?
They still had to work together, and it was safe to say that this trust was gone permanently. I mean, come on, what was this? It was a failed hostile takeover. But hey, a week later, on April 30th, 2026, Subnautica 2's early access cinematic trailer would finally come out. And yeah,
actually, I haven't watched it.
Regardless of everything, the hype is still there. Almost 2 million views, 30th trending for gaming, and an incredible like to dislike ratio. I mean, 125,000 likes. That's crazy. Looks like these executives are going to earn their bonus whether Krafton likes it or not. We would also find out that the game would finally be releasing on May 14th, 2026.
Hey,
in the end, though, Krafton had spent
weeks.
such a long time crafting its image. After the incredible success of PUBG, they sought to acquire more studios, grow their business, and truly push the idea that they cared about both their communities and the games that they produce. With something like this, they had essentially tainted their reputation into being just another EA game, just another corporation obsessed with money that's willing to screw you over if it meant saving on giving you what's rightfully yours. For that, they can thank their wonderful CEO who decided to employ ChatGPT as his messiah, not even assistant, his messiah, and who'll make it very hard for the future CEO to make any deal with any company, because now they'll think, wait, are you just going to pull a Subnautica on me? And honestly, at this point, what's stopping them if the next CEO also uses ChatGPT? Guys, if there's a lesson to take from this, it's that everything in this world is good in moderation. You want to use AI to speed things up? Go ahead, dude, but giving it control over your life, allowing it to feed your own delusions, and refusing to use your critical thinking skills will only lead to catastrophe. This is what happened to the CEO of Krafton, and this is what will happen to anyone who places so much trust in an AI chatbot. Thank you so much for watching until the end. I really appreciate it. If you want to see exclusive content, like a couple of videos every month from me, as well as awesome art, then definitely check out stack.com. It's like Patreon but better. And I'll see you in the next video, whenever that is. I love you so much. Laconically. Mwah.
Yo, ChatGPT, they actually made me CEO. What the hell do I do now, man? Like, I'm certain that CH Kim here had some skills. He's probably also a gamer. I don't know what to say. But this was not a CEO decision. This was just goofy. Anyways, guys, thank you so much for checking out this reaction. As always, make sure to go and subscribe to the Emerging channel and do the same.
Sure feels
here
good
if
to get
you
away from
like
my
what you
desk.
saw.
Now,
And
where's a good
wish you all to
spot
have a
for a
wonderful
nap?
day. Trust AI with limitations, and see you guys in the next one. Bye.
Yeah, you nearly got. Whew, that was a tough fight.
Hey du, haben wir uns nicht zufällig auf einer Party getroffen vor 2 Jahren in Köln? Endlich geht es los, das ist meine Reaction zu dem größten Rabbit Hole, beziehungsweise zu dem größten Plot-Twist im Jahre 2026. Annie the Dark Files Part 3 von Jay Riddle. Zuletzt fanden wir heraus, dass Mauki in vielen Punkten gelogen, Tatsachen verdreht oder wichtige Dinge aus dem Kontext gerissen hat, um Annie the Dark in der Öffentlichkeit zu schaden. Der Ausraster mit der 2,50 € Donation inszeniert war, die Öffentlichkeit getäuscht wurde, der Stream von Reeved einen Tag später auch geplant war und Reeved scheinbar nun irgendwelche Leute aus Annies Vergangenheit anschreibt, mutmaßlich um vielleicht schlechte Erfahrungen mit Annie zu loten für ihren nächsten Expose. Rob Bubble ist im Hintergrund ebenfalls etwas am Zaubern und ja, es ist einfach nur wild, was abgeht. Bevor wir mit dem neuen Video von Jay anfangen, will ich kurz etwas Schönes in eigener Sache ankündigen. Deswegen kurz zuhören, bevor es losgeht. Am 31.05., also noch in diesem Monat, bringe ich eigenen Schmuck raus und ja, das habe ich in der Vergangenheit auch schon getan. Doch diesmal gehe ich den nächsten Step mit einer völlig neuen Art von Kollektion, die völlig neue Gimmicks beinhaltet. Ich sag's euch, wenn ihr es erstmal seht, dann denkt ihr so, wow, was? Das ist crazy! Folgt mir gerne auf meinen Hauptkanälen Vic und Iblali, denn dort werde ich demnächst bereits vor dem Drop spoilern, wie das Ganze aussieht und was das Ganze kann. Freut euch drauf, es wird wirklich wild und nun gehen wir rein in den Fiebertraum.
Extrem fragwürdigen sexuellen Inhalt.
Hey Leute, wir gehen heute in die 3. Runde, wie Mauki als im Januar ihren asexuellen Hattrick mit dem Freund von Annie komplettierte.
Man kann natürlich verurteilen, dass es ein AI-Song ist und das unter die Gürtellinie geht, aber ich habe da wirklich oft einen Ohrwurm von dem Song.
Es gibt nur einen Ausweg. Das letzte Schlupfloch. Bonuspunkte.
So sprach sie zum Beispiel auch im ersten Video für meinen Frieden zum ersten Mal über den Vorfall einer Party mit fragwürdigem sexuellen Inhalt und instrumentalisierte diesen Vorfall auf, wie ich heute weiß, sehr ekelhafte Art und Weise gegen ihre ehemals beste Freundin.
Weil auch das ist eine Taktik in solchen Fällen.
Ja, ihr kennt den Clip ja mittlerweile. Und ja, es reichte schließlich nicht Annie, die ganze Krankenakte anzuhängen, Missbrauch anzuhängen, eine Reihe von Schlagwörtern anzuhängen, die bei näherer Betrachtung, wie wir feststellten, eher Projektion sind als valide Punkte. Aber nein, 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 auch sexuell übergriffig sein ist eine Richtung, in die man Annie the Dark framen musste und dafür wurden halt alle Register gezogen. Und ich denke mir nur so, meine Fresse, wie verzweifelt muss man sein? Was macht man als nächstes? Annies Ex von vor 10 Jahren anschreiben?
Das wäre verrückt.
Ja, ich bin ein Ex-Freund von Anissa und am 14.04. wurde ich von Reeved angeschrieben per Instagram-DM.
Ich lehne mich damit vielleicht ein bisschen aus dem Fenster, aber ich meine, ich habe den Typen vor 2 Jahren auf einer Party in Köln kennengelernt.
Naja, was sie dabei alles wegließ, um ein für sie sehr positives Bild zu malen und wie sie aus nichts als Manipulation und Pappmaché ein Narrativ aufbaute, das bei näherer Betrachtung mehr als nur
Etwas konstruiert.
erscheint und auf das Art Attack stolz wäre, gucken wir uns hier heute genau an, was denn da alles fragwürdig war und welche Rolle der blauhaarige Zerstörer Rezo dabei spielt. Es wird krass, es wird feucht und ein heftiges Techtelmechtel, also so ziemlich alles, was Maukis Freund Daniel wohl nicht erleben darf, weil ihr Bett für Influencer reserviert zu sein scheint.
Rezo hat sich inzwischen auch gemeldet. Ursprünglich war sein Plan, auf alle Videos von Jay Riddle zu warten, aber da ging er noch davon aus, dass die Videos ein bisschen früher kommen. So wie ich das richtig verstanden habe, möchte er sich in ungefähr 2 Wochen äußern. Ich bin auf jeden Fall gespannt.
Ich brauche es nicht. Ich brauche es
Y,
nicht.
X.
Ich brauche das!
Auf geht's zu Kapitel 5, die Party mit Plot.
Also mit anderen Worten, heute geht es hauptsächlich um die Party mit fragwürdigem sexuellem Inhalt. Ich glaube, so hat Mauki das genannt, oder? Oh mein Gott, ich habe extrem vergessen. Extrem fragwürdigem sexuellen Inhalt. So hat sie es
Zum
genannt.
Feiern.
Genau, also wie ihr seht, Mauki war selbst auf der Party.
Stay cool.
Aber das wusste man schon.
Wow, Paimon's stomach is rumbling already.
Die Minions dürften natürlich nicht fehlen. Okay, das ist schon funny. Das ist schon funny. Ich frage mich halt, warum man die ganze Party aufnimmt. Also ich war nicht dabei, aber ich glaube, man dachte, hey, ist eine witzige Idee. Lass das Ganze mal aufnehmen und als in Anführungsstrichen Erinnerung speichern. Genau, als funny Erinnerung.
So close, so close.
Ich möchte hier auch schon mal betonen, dass man das durchaus kritisieren kann, aber ihr werdet merken, dass Mauki auch in diesem Punkt mal wieder etwas Lauwarmes sehr heiß gekocht hat und das schauen wir uns nun im Detail an und kommen dann vielleicht sogar zu einer anderen Erkenntnis, wer hier besonders kritikwürdig war in dieser Situation. Naja, schauen wir erstmal rein, wie Mauki das Thema überhaupt für sich instrumentalisiert.
Ich finde, du solltest sauer sein, weil du nicht eingeladen wurdest. Ich glaube, da habe ich nicht mehr auf Madeira gewohnt, weil die Party müsste Januar 2023 gewesen sein. Ich bin da zu sehr drin.
Dieser ganze Teil
Ich weiß mehr über die Betroffenen als die Betroffenen selbst.
schwieriger Teil des Videos. In diesem Haus haben sich dann zum Januar 2023 eine ganze Menge Leute aus ihrem Kreis zusammengesammelt. Das Problem ist jetzt nicht, dass sich da ein paar Leute mit sehr fragwürdigem Humor zusammengesammelt haben. In diesem Januar sind Dinge passiert, die nicht passieren dürfen. Ich werde nicht zu sehr ins Detail gehen, denn ich bin in dem Fall keine Betroffene, sondern ich bin nur Zeugin.
Ich verstehe nicht ganz, also aus heutiger Sicht, wie man sich da hinsetzen kann und mit Selbstverständnis in die Kamera sagt, hey, ich bin keine Betroffene, ich bin nur Zeugin von dieser extrem fragwürdigen sexuellen Party. Also das verstehe ich nicht. Ich würde mich das niemals trauen an ihrer Stelle, bin ich ganz ehrlich zu euch.
Und Übergriffe.
Das check ich halt nicht. Ich check das nicht.
Übergriff bis hin zu einer Party mit extrem fragwürdigem sexuellem Inhalt und dem Bloßstellen anderer war das alles eine ganz große Katastrophe.
Victory is almost
Aber
ours.
sie hatte ja schon mal Spaß.
Everyone thinks you've earned yourself a new title. Favonius Fish Catching Extraordinaire.
Das ist eine ganz große Katastrophe.
Das wird auch Maurice nachgeschoben.
Dinge passiert, die nicht passieren dürfen.
Nee, Eva war nicht auf dieser Party. Ich kenne jede einzelne Person, die auf dieser Party war. Und ich weiß nicht, ob das ein Flex ist oder ob ich einfach nur unemployed bin. Aber es hängt auch damit zusammen, dass ich scheinbar sehr viele Leute privat kenne, die auf dieser Party waren, ohne vorher zu wissen, dass sie auf dieser Party waren.
Extrem fragwürdigem sexuellem Inhalt und dem Bloßstellen anderer.
Des Weiteren war es Mauki wichtig, in einem Kommentar nochmal etwas genauer zu werden bei diesem Thema. Sowohl der sexuelle Inhalt der Party als auch die Übergriffe waren nicht mit den betroffenen Personen abgesprochen. Es herrschte kein Consent. In Klammern, das sagt ja schon das Wort Übergriff. Alright, Mauki trägt diese Partysituation ins Internet und wordet es in meinen Augen ziemlich deutlich mit.
Missbrauch und Übergriff.
Und außerdem hängt sie sehr vage die Begriffe sexuelle Vorfälle, sexueller Inhalt und kein Consent.
Soll ich lauter machen?
Ich denke, ich muss euch nicht erklären, dass dies ein Nährboden für allerlei Spekulationen ist. Theoretisch könnte hierunter sogar Verge-Punkte zu verstehen sein und YouTube Deutschland rastete darauf hinaus und es gab Schlagzeilen. Die es womöglich nicht gegeben hätte, wenn man einfach gesagt hätte, wir haben lustige Sex-PowerPoint-Präsentationen vorbereitet für eine Person, die entjungfert wurde. Aber das ist ein anderes Thema. Und ja, auf dieses erste Video für
Ist
mein...
schon krass eigentlich, ne? Dass da überall Newsartikel waren über diese super fragwürdige sexuelle Party. Das hier waren die einzigen expliziten Bilder am gesamten Abend. Genau, das wusste ich schon, weil wir haben ja damals auf das Andi-Video reagiert. Also das war wirklich der stärkste Punkt in dem Statement von Andi. Ich weiß noch, wie ich darauf reagiert habe und mir dachte, okay, das ist schon anders, aber es hat einfach nicht ausgereicht.
Ist die schlimmen Sexpartys von Annie the Duck.
Das war aber basically Annis Antwort, dass das ziemlich hart gewordet wurde und dann, im nächsten Video von Mauki, kam ihr großer Augenblick in alle Karten auf den Tisch. Denn dort schmiss sie dann alle Schlagwörter, die sie zuvor verwendete, über Bord und beschränkte sich nur noch darauf zu sagen, es war ja irgendwie fragwürdig und drehte Anni dann einen Strick daraus, dass Anni auf ihren Kumpel Rücksicht nahm und seine Entjungferung nicht random in die Öffentlichkeit trug. Jo, aber das war dann auf einmal das
Genau, heiß
Problem mit der
gekocht
Party,
als
was
gegessen.
die manipulative Anni euch vorenthalten hat. Und die ganze Sache, ganz wichtig, nur Fakten.
Das geht schon wieder sehr stark in die Strohmann-Richtung, weil Annie direkt wieder so tut, als würde es um etwas ganz anderes gehen. Annie zeigt dann in ihrem Video eine Aufnahme von genau dieser Party. Auf der Aufnahme sieht man lachende Menschen, die PowerPoint-Präsentationen halten über Sexualität. Und dann sagt Annie natürlich, dass es ja jetzt wohl nicht fragwürdige Inhalte
Was stand da
wären.
eben?
Es wären ja keine
Ich
Sexpartys.
spule nochmal kurz zurück. Hat das Mauki ja eingebaut? Das hier ist kein Latexanzug, sondern ein Black Cat Cosplay? Das war nochmal wichtig klarzustellen.
Und dann sagt Annie natürlich, dass es ja jetzt wohl nicht fragwürdige Inhalte wären. Es wären ja keine Sexpartys. Stimmt, der Aspekt der Party sieht ja gar nicht fragwürdig aus. Weil dieser Teil, dass erwachsene Menschen sich zu einer Party verabreden und lustige PowerPoint-Präsentationen halten, auch gar nicht fragwürdig ist. Und das können Erwachsene so entscheiden und das halte ich auch gar nicht für fragwürdig. Also entweder habe ich jetzt Quatsch geredet und es gab wirklich nichts Fragwürdiges auf dieser Party.
Danke,
Oder
Nita.
naja, es gab fragwürdige Sachen, die Annie halt nicht gezeigt hat. Was davon ist der Fall? Dreimal dürft ihr raten, was der Fall ist. Also, hier ist der Kontext, den ich definitiv extrem fragwürdig finde. Nicht alle Teilnehmer dieser Party wussten davon. Eine Person kam zu dieser Party und wusste nichts davon. Diese Person hatte vorher ihre Jungfräulichkeit verloren und diese Party war eine Überraschungsentjungferungsparty. Also eine Party, um zu feiern, dass diese Person ihre Jungfräulichkeit verlor. Das war von Anfang an der Plan.
Des Weiteren blendet sie dann noch eine
Ganz schön
Sprachnotiz von Anni ein,
problematisch.
aus der hervorging, dass die Gruppe eine solche Party plant.
Hey Mauki, dann schicke ich einfach mal eine Sprachnachricht, die kannst du laut einfach abhören. Wir haben eine ganz grauenhafte Idee, die wir morgen umsetzen werden und schmeißen eine Entjungferungsüberraschung.
Name und Geschlecht zensiert, vermutlich, damit die Leute die Idee der Party mit Anni in Verbindung bringen. Also Mauki hat es damals so ein bisschen geframed bzw. suggeriert, dass das alles von Anni ausging. Das ist schon mal interessant.
Und wir bereiten alle zu verschiedenen Themen rund um Sex eine
Was sehen wir dich eigentlich im Maid-Kostüm?
vor. Wir haben alle
Bei
verschiedene
10.000
Themen
Subs.
und wir machen Überraschung mit einem I Just Had Sex-Kuchen. Und wollte ich mal, ob du mit dabei sein möchtest, dir auch ein Thema überlegen willst oder du einen Vortrag halten möchtest. Wir haben noch ein paar Themen offen. Eine PowerPoint vorbereiten willst und vielleicht digital zugeschaltet werden möchtest.
Und dann sagte Mauki im Anschluss schließlich noch sowas.
Denn wie gesagt, diese eine Person wusste nichts von dieser Party. Es wurde für diese Person entschieden, dass sie urplötzlich auf dieser Überraschungsparty ist, die sich um ihre Jungfräulichkeit dreht. Diese Person sollte sich setzen und mitmachen.
Hier haben wir auch schon den ersten Punkt. Ja,
Ich
denn
find das
diese Chatverläufe, die sie hier gezielt eingeblendet hat, die sind besonders interessant, denn diese erwägen irgendwie den Anschein, als wäre sie damals schon kein Fan von der Idee. Hier zeigt sie zum Beispiel diese Konversation, die sie mit einer Mitarbeiterin von Anni hatte. Diese schrieb, wir schmeißen Tamtamtam eine You Just Had Sex Party und natürlich weiß er nichts davon. Wir bereiten alle Vorträge und Präsentationen vor und backen ihm einen Kuchen. Mauki daraufhin, Bro, was hat Anni damals auch für Tamtamtam gemacht? I don't know, man. Anni bringt das definitiv besser rüber. Da ich nicht dabei bin, werde ich in sowas jetzt auch nicht unbedingt eingeweiht. Weiß aber nicht, ob ich das so geil finden soll. Hatten überlegt, ob wir dich via Skype zuschalten und Mauki
Okay,
dann...
das suggeriert, dass Mauki die Idee schon problematisch fand.
Des Weiteren schrieb Mauki im Anschluss, ich hoffe, diese Party ist in seinem Sinne und nicht weiß den Spaß anderer zu bekommen. Die andere Person schrieb daraufhin, Ideen waren so Sachen wie Hygiene-Basics, Blowjob-Techniken, wie man richtig leckt und fingert, BDSM für Vanilla People, was jeder daraus für sich ziehen kann. Es darf auf jeden Fall nicht ins Lächerliche gezogen werden, sonst verbrennt er daran. Und die andere Person, um Gottes Willen, nein. Ja, sowas kann man aber nur schwer vorher einschätzen, you know, I know. Und Anni ist empathisch wie Brot. Pass please bitte drauf auf für mich, aber ich kenne dich ja, du rockst das schon.
Ich sage nein!
Denn was daraus irgendwie nicht hervorgeht, ist, dass sie sogar ein sehr großer Fan von der Idee war und ihre wahren Beweggründe, dass sie am Anfang nicht so begeistert war, die ziemlich sicher nicht Gründe der Nächstenliebe waren, sondern eher, wie es in der Regel bei Mauki halt der Fall ist, sehr, sehr ich-bezogen war. Dies gab sie aber zufällig in diesem Chatverlauf nicht zu, der eingeblendet wurde. Vermutlich aus dem Grund, weil der Tisch schon mit Karten voll war, die sie halt deutlich besser und geiler dastehen lassen als diese hier. So schrieb sie zum Beispiel an ihre beste Freundin Anni, Yo, und das kommt viel zu spät, habe morgen schon eine Verabredung. Ja, stand die ganze Zeit nicht fest, ob wir das machen oder nicht, sorry. Ich find's einfach nur sad mir gegenüber.
Okay, das klingt schon mal
gern
anders.
dabei.
Dann schieben wir das einfach auf Montag oder so, wenn du da bist. Oh boy.
Oder so,
Okay.
wenn du da, oh boy, Enttäuschung. Des Weiteren fragte Anni Mauki nochmal, ob sie denn irgendwelche Bedenken hat und ob es überhaupt eine gute Idee ist, dass diese Gruppe das macht. Daraufhin schrieb Mauki unter anderem sowas. Ich habe keine negativen Gefühle zu der Party, nur, dass es so an mir vorbeigetragen wurde. Das ändert sich ja durchs Verschieben nicht. Aber wie gesagt, macht es, wie es zeitlich am besten passt. Anni daraufhin, es ist so eine große Gruppe und jeder sagt jeden Tag was anderes zu allem Möglichen. Hätte dir das einfach schreiben sollen. Tut mir leid, auch um zu hören, wie du dazu stehst. War verkacke von mir. Und dann schrieb Mauki nochmal, war tatsächlich am Anfang überhaupt...
Und ich möchte hier an der Stelle nochmal betonen, Ani soll so empathisch wie Brot sein.
Von der Idee. Aber Tamtamtam hat schon gesagt, dass es educational sein soll. Deswegen finde ich es jetzt sehr cool. Glaube, es wird ihm gefallen, auch mal Spotlight zu haben. Macht das also auf jeden Fall. Alright.
Man weiß, was die Motivation ist. Man weiß, worum es eigentlich ging. Und dass Mauki scheinbar ihre Meinung doch mal geändert hat. Trotzdem setzt man sich vor 2 Jahren hin und redet so darüber.
Anni hatte extra nochmal gefragt, ob die Party denn stattfinden soll. Und Mauki hatte keinerlei Bedenken, gab das Go. Sie hätte keinerlei negative Gefühle zur Party und man solle das auf jeden Fall machen, es wird ihm gut tun. So, die 1 Million Euro Frage ist jetzt natürlich, warum fand Mauki es aber anfangs ihr sad gegenüber?
Okay, Maus, dann schreib mir dann später. Ich hoffe, dass es nicht schlimm ist. Es tut mir leid. Du wirkst so sauer, aber vielleicht bist du einfach nur gestresst und ich lese das gerade falsch. Aber wir wollten dich damit auch nicht ausschließen. Wir haben halt letzte Woche darüber mal geredet, dann was, dann machen wir das. Ja, wir können es auf Montag stehen, wollten dich damit nicht ausschließen oder so. Wollten aber jetzt auch nicht so super lange mit der Party warten. Bis halt wir wieder am 31. abgereist sind. Bisschen blöd manchmal. Aber ich hoffe, dir geht's gut. Ich wünsche dir viel Spaß beim Cosplay. Ich hoffe, das wird geil. Schick dir, wie es aussieht und was du machst. Und ansonsten ganz liebe Grüße. Und ich bin gerade auf dem Weg in den Sexshop. Wenn wir den finden, der ist ein bisschen hinten zu einem auf der Lehrer und der ist sehr versteckt. Ich hoffe, ich weiß noch, wo der war. Hatte den.
Ja, ich mach dir jetzt eine Nachricht. Einfach aus dem Grund, weil ich jetzt die ganze Zeit, ich muss das jetzt aus dem System haben, sonst werde ich hier niemals fertig. Ich bin
They seem to be having fun. Greetings. Greetings to you too, Luanatar. Yes, I saw people playing with their friends using cups at the flagship, so I borrowed the idea. They would place a gemstone under a cup, then quickly shuffle the cups atop the table. Upon stopping, they would have the other player guess which cup the gem was under. The Kuhenki loved the feeling of spinning about while wrapped up in cloth, so I used Miss Mage's hat as a reference and made some improvements.
Wait, so you went to the flagship? Did anyone recognize you?
Some did ask, and I said, I'm dressing up as the moon goddess today. I look just like her, don't I?
Wow, you've really taken that trick from Moon Prayer Night and ran with it.
Well, not entirely, but they didn't talk to me afterward either. Was my acting not natural? I'll keep practicing somewhere else next time.
Why does it feel like someone learned all the wrong lessons?
Luanatar would like you to guess where she's hiding. Would you like to play around? In that case, please stake 100,000 more to start with. Those are the flagship's rules after all.
Okay, you definitely should have skipped that lesson.
We're about to begin. And spin. Can you guess where Luanatar is? Bingo. Was that too easy for you? Should you come around to play again, I will try to shuffle the hats around faster.
Paimon's curious. How exactly did you play with them earlier? You can't see anything if you don't use Kuvaki, but if you do use it, you'll see too clearly.
Well, I can open my eyes, right?
Oh yeah, didn't think of that one.
Luanatar says that she is very happy, and that we should play again next time.
Sauer, ich bin verletzt, ich bin traurig. Also das sind gerade auch so meine Gefühle.
Logischerweise wollte sie für ihre Props dabei sein auf der Party, was dann am Ende schließlich auch der Fall war, weil sie extra für sie verschoben wurde.
Eine Göttin, eine Muse. Warum?
Also das meinte ich vorhin, ne? Ich verstehe nicht ganz, woher dieses Selbstbewusstsein kam, von Maoki, sich vor 2 Jahren vor die Kamera zu setzen und überhaupt über diese Party zu reden und zu sagen, dass sie nicht involviert ist, also beziehungsweise, dass sie keine Betroffene ist, sondern eine Zeugin, wenn sie weiß, dass sie die Betroffene ist. Sie ist die Betroffene. Wie? Wie geht das?
Bezug zu diesem ganzen Thema geben. Und zwar, ich war Teil von diesem PowerPoint-Abend, wo wir...
Schlafenszügen da. Also wirklich, es war einfach nur ein chilliger Abend. Nichts Besonderes. Mauki vielleicht ein bisschen mehr sexualisiert dargestellt, würde ich mal sagen. Weil, wie gesagt, sie war halt in einem Lederanzug.
Das war ein Cosplay!
Das Ding ist, Mauki sollte ursprünglich gar nicht mehr Teil dieses PowerPoint-Abends sein. Das wollten wir ohne sie machen. Dann haben wir ihr das aber erzählt, was wir ja vorhaben. So ein Aufklärungsabend, ganz chillig, ganz lieb. Und das hat sie gar nicht, dass sie nicht eingeladen war.
Okay, und um das nochmal ganz klar zu sagen, weil Mauki hier irgendwie ein falsches Bild mit den Screenshots malt, das Wohl der betroffenen Person stand für sie nie wirklich im Vordergrund, sondern eher, dass es ihr gegenüber sehr sad ist einfach. Immerhin war sie ja die Person, die sich so viel Mühe gemacht hat und sich quasi durch die Entjungferung durchkämpfen musste. Und jetzt kann sie bei der Party nicht mal dabei sein. Wo ist die Wertschätzung?
Das ist aber auch schon ziemlich frech, ne, von dem Freundeskreis. Sie hat jemand entjungfert und sie soll da nicht mitmachen. Was soll denn die Scheiße?
Also das soll auch gar nicht so rüberkommen. Das war halt eine stressige Zeit und am Ende habe ich es halt in einem echt mental miesen Zustand gemacht und trotzdem noch mir so viel Mühe gegeben und so viel so lehrreich wie möglich gestaltet und so viel Geduld und so viel Kraft aufgewendet.
Ich verstehe es einfach nicht. Es existiert diese Sprachnachricht und trotzdem hat man das selbst. Ich verstehe es nicht. Versetzen wir uns mal in eine Mauki und man setzt sich vor die Kamera, behauptet diese Sachen, die eigentlich relativ easy zu widerlegen sind. Dachte sie, Anni wird das sowieso nicht benutzen, das klappt schon, Dankeschön, weil das könnte man rechtlich anzeigen und sie müsste ja irgendwie andere Menschen mit reinziehen. Eine Anni macht das sowieso nicht, sie zieht keine anderen Menschen rein und deswegen bin ich jetzt so perfide und nutzt das quasi aus, dass Anni andere Leute nicht reinzieht oder wie genau läuft das ab? So, ich verstehe es halt nicht.
Zu sehen, dass man halt weder in die Planung mit einbezogen wird, noch irgendwie in die Idee, noch irgendwie, also so einen Abend kurz mal vorher gefragt wird und dann halt zeitlich so, dass ich nicht mehr wirklich teilnehmen kann. Weiß nicht, ich finde, das fühlt sich nicht gut an. Und ich verstehe die Gruppendynamik mittlerweile sehr gut. Und das ist dann jetzt einfach so. Ich akzeptiere das auch. Ne? Ich verstehe das auch, dass sie das so macht.
Und ja, dass ihr die betroffene Person absolut scheißegal ist, merkt man auch, wie sie im Nachhinein über die Person sprach, die sie entjungfert hat. Denn was Mauki hier vergaß zu erwähnen war, dass sie nach den Sexbegegnungen mit der entjungferten Person über die entjungferte Person ablästerte in der Gruppe und intime Details über den Verkehr ausplauderte. So hatte sie zum Beispiel rumerzählt, wie schlecht der Sex war.
Hello? Anyone here?
Ah, you got here even earlier than I expected. That should give us just enough time to go over some details before the opening ceremony. How about a cup of tea first? I'm sure it was a long trip. Now tell me, Traveler in Paimon, have you heard of the Nod Cry Trade Expo?
Nope.
A long time ago, back before Nasha Town even had that name, this place was essentially one giant black market. With no administrative oversight, trade that was prohibited elsewhere was fair game here. So this place began to attract business from all over Teyvat. Over time, more and more people settled here, and what was once a black market became what is now Nasha Town. The spirit of free trade has been a local staple ever since. Hence, the Nod Cry Trade Expo was born.
So, is it like a business convention?
In a sense. It's an annual tradition once the shipping routes open up. The expo offers a chance to trade without restrictions. In other words, it's the biggest legal black market in all of Teyvat. Yes, the Voynich Guild is organizing the event, and that comes with a lot of responsibilities. Normally I would let Yehoda handle most of the work, but this year, it might prove too much for her to manage on her own. Something tells me we'll have a lot of big names in attendance this time. Working with VIP clients takes someone with the right experience and connections. Hence why I think Yehoda might need a helping hand.
Oh, so that's where the Traveler comes in.
Exactly. I was hoping you could help her with participant coordination. I don't know if I'd put it quite like that. I'm just interested in playing to people's strengths. In addition, I think you'll find the compensation to be quite to your satisfaction. So, are you in? Good instincts. I do have one special request, as the one offering this commission. In principle, The Nodcry Trade Expo is a platform for commerce with no restrictions. That said, the Guild does have one line that is not to be crossed. I'll need you to help make sure all participants are clear on this unspoken rule. As long as everyone complies, the expo should go off without a hitch. No violence at the expo. The Guild has pledged to ensure the safety of all sellers and buyers in attendance.
Violence? Whoa! That wasn't even on Paimon's radar! Just because it's legal doesn't change the fact that this is still a black market, huh?
If that line is crossed, the event will descend into chaos. Of course, mediating such situations might prove complicated. So if you ever want my judgment on the matter, just come find me. The expo is being held on the shoreline to the southeast of Nasha Town. Yehoda is working on setting up the booths as we speak. She'll be able to provide details on the participants as well. All right, I suppose I'll leave you to it then.
Yep, we got this!
On me. Try to keep up!
This is where Nefer said the expo should be.
Let me think. Yeah! Let's go with this. We can't keep changing the setup.
Where are the goods being stored? You still haven't told us.
And what's the Guild's cut on transactions this year?
Sorry, one question at a time, please. Oh, I should have just stuck to cat wrangling.
Hey, Yehoda!
Traveler! Paimon! Sorry. I've got kind of a line here.
Don't worry. We're not here to pile more work on you.
Really? Boss Neff, you absolute lifesaver! I'm seriously drowning over here. Oh, you two are doing me a huge favor.
Never asked us to handle participant coordination. So, how can we help?
Let me think. Oh, right. There are still 3 participants that haven't checked in. At least I think it was 3. Ugh, come on, Yehoda. Get a grip. I'm not forgetting anything. Am I?
Looks like Yehoda's doing her freaking out face again.
Sorry. There's just so much to keep track of.
Let's start with the basics then. What does participant coordination involve? Exactly.
It's things like registering all the participants, verifying their goods, showing them to their booths. Oh, and if any disputes break out between them, it's your job to mediate.
Got it!
We're still waiting on the sellers for these last 3 booths. One's reserved for Aino, but as for the other 2, they're both big deal clients from abroad. The kind of people we really don't want to offend, so be extra careful around them, okay?
Hey, the Travelers got this. What's the worst that could happen?
You don't get it. One of them's the captain of some mercenary fleet sailing the high seas, and the other's a top dog in the criminal underworld. Getting on their bad sides, 100% a no-go. If something goes wrong, let's hope that's a big if, don't engage. Just tell him you work for Boss Neff.
Alright. You have a bunch of work still, right? Leave the Merc Captain and Gangster Buzz to us.
Oh, lifesavers, the both of you. Not cry hot dogs are on me later, I promise. And whatever else you want. Anyway, I'm guessing the 2 sellers I just mentioned are caught up with lodging or cargo. You should be able to find them at these addresses. I'd get over there pronto if I were you. People like that don't take well to be kept waiting. Oh, and tell Aino to bust a move, would you? The booth I'm saving for her is in a prime location. If she doesn't come claim it, the other participants are gonna start asking questions.
Actually, this is the second ship in our fleet. The Alcor's back home patrolling Guyun Stone Forest.
Beetle! The infamous Merc Captain who sails the high seas!
Yeah. We've met, remember? What's with all the pomp and circumstance?
It's a long story.
Well, no sense standing around. Take a seat, tell me all about it. I'll have my men roll out the welcome mat. Ah, I see. So you know the head honcho of the curatorium, huh? Your network of connections is something else, that's for sure.
Right. We need a record of who's participating in the expo and what you're planning to trade.
Well, mark down me and a few crew members as participants. The rest will stay on the ship. As for what we're trading, take a look.
What is it?
Bist du dumm, habe ich gefragt. Bist du dumm? Das ist die heilige Armbrust, die wir benutzt haben in der Geschichte, um dieses Wassermonster aus Lübeck zu vertreiben. Da haben wir all unsere Kraft zusammengenommen, haben so einen riesigen Pfeil aufgepowert und haben das Vieh mit einem Schuss getötet. Bist du dumm?
A while ago, Ningguang revamped the Guizhong Ballista. The beauty you see here is one of her new and improved models. It has insane firepower and comes complete with remote guidance for accurate striking even at long distances. I just know people are going to be fighting to get their hands on it.
Are you sure you're allowed to sell stuff like this?
Don't worry. Compared to the model the Millileth's using, this one might as well be an antique.
Never wasn't kidding when she said no restrictions, huh?
Oh, I'm sure someone will bite. Buyers from all over Teyvat will be in attendance, after all.
Yelan?
Ah, sorry. I was so busy with the cargo, I forgot to mention that Yelan was aboard.
No worries. You here for the expo too, Yelan?
No, I'm just here for work. Captain Beto was kind enough to lend me a ride, so no need to register me with the expo. Anyway, it's been a while, Traveler. If you get the chance, be sure to pass along my regards to the head of the Curatorium. The sensitive kind.
Sounds like our cue to stop asking questions, doesn't it?
Well, I'll be off then. Once I'm done with this, drinks are on me. About time! I've been itching to see Nod cry from the bottom of a bottle.
Alright, that's it for registration. Follow us, and we'll take you to the venue.
Ja, du hast den Job.
So, this is the place, huh? Not a bad spot. When you've got some time, come help me test the remote guidance on this thing. It's a real thrill, you'll love it.
Oh Gott, Kampfbewertung. Okay, das ist Kampfbewertung wieder mit einem anderen Gadget zum Ausprobieren. Das ist nicht langweilig, das ist sogar sehr cool. Ja, das ist sehr cool. Gefällt mir.
I like to drink on occasion.
Geht zum Flaggschiff.
Any and every occasion.
Das ist Oberhaupt der Unterwelt. Komm.
Good one.
Als nächstes gehen wir Navia holen. Die Gangsterin der Unterwelt, angeblich.
Try to keep up!
Naja. Sie ist die Chefin des Was war sie nochmal? Ich glaube, sie war die Chefin des Untergrunds von der fontänischen Mafia, die sich um Waisenkinder und Informationshandel kümmert. Nur in Fontaine. Was sehr cool ist. Aber tragisch, was mit ihren Freunden passiert ist. Tragisch.
The flagship. Yes, this participant decided to figure out lodging first.
Da ist sie doch schon.
Partner, Paimon.
Oh.
Navia! It's been forever!
Das ist schön. Bist du die?
You got that right. Representing the Spina di Rosula, of course.
Oh.
Top dog of the criminal underworld. Yeah, that checks out.
Ja, das passt.
Is that my new nickname? I'm not opposed. It's kind of snazzy.
It's great that we found you. We're working a commission to help with participant registration right now. You know, goods verification, stuff like that.
Oh, I see. Well, in that case, take a seat. I ordered a whole bunch of food. Clorand and Chevreuse went to unpack some things, but should be back in a sec. Oh, speak of the devil.
Ah, diese Szene habe ich gesehen. Sie sagt, man soll essen, aber die essen nicht. Das Essen liegt einfach auf dem Tisch leider. Scheiße.
Talking about us?
Oh, scheiße, die beiden vom Start sind hier. Das ist auch nicht geil.
Around! Shiver us! You're here too!
Nodcry is a chaotic and dangerous place. Considering the Spina's importance to Fontaine, the last thing we need is for something to happen to its president.
I do find it nice to travel with friends, but come on, look who you're talking to. What's the worst that could happen?
With that nonchalant attitude, it's anybody's guess.
Fair enough. Guess you can mark down our champion duelist here as my bodyguard.
Gang boss and her bodyguard. Got it! Should we mark you down for the expo too, Shivrith?
No need. I'm here on official business. A lot of our recent cases have had ties to Nodcry.
And that's Paimon's cue to butt out. Oh, one more thing. What's the Spina planning to trade at the expo?
Oh, this right here. It's one of the Fontaine Research Institute's newest inventions. It's a kind of relay system that allows the user to unleash Numa and Usia energy in battle.
So it's a weapon?
Of course. At a market with no legal oversight like this one, weapons are gonna be the first to go.
Yes, so. Still, bragging about not having to follow the law in front of Shivrith feels wrong.
I don't mind. I've read quite a bit about lawless territories and crime novels before. As a detective, I know that I'll need to put the rules aside for now if I want to get things done here. And on that note, I should get to work. I've got patrol members waiting on me.
Aww.
Well, ready to head over to the venue? Just follow us!
All right, let's get this show on the road. I want to get a bit of shopping in as well. Wow, it's even bigger than I expected. I'm hoping more people will show up, though.
It'll get busier once things kick off. Still, looks like Yehoda needs a lot of help.
Well, Clarand and I are all set up for now. Be sure to stop by our booth when you get a chance.
Oh, bei der Reaktion Geschossbarrieren. Wirst du mit einem Versuchsschild ausgerüstet, der zwischen Attributpaneln und Oasis wechseln kann. Und eintreffende Geschosse abwehren. Okay. Ah. Und ich muss dann so eine... Es kommen dann werden so Geschosse auf mich zu und ich muss immer wechseln. Rechtzeitig das Schild wechseln. Trifft dieser gegnerische Angriff das falsche Schild, verliere ich ein Leben. Okay. Okay. Und dann muss ich irgendwo zurück angreifen. Okay. Okay. Nix klar. Das ist auch nicht gut.
Hey, you two!
Traveler, Paimon, hello.
We're helping out Never with some expo stuff, and we heard the Krumkake craft shop is taking part.
Correct. Aino is just doing a final round of debugging on her Thwack and Smack defense bots.
Klatsch und Knall.
Oh, is that her submission for the expo?
Yes. Moles and other small creatures often steal from the craft shop, so Aino designed a defense bot based off of them to protect this place. Upon further testing, these bots turned out to be highly effective, so she decided to perform some upgrades and bring them to the expo.
Wait, so Aino is actually gonna trade one of her bots?
Not exactly. With the exception of a few special orders, Aino rarely sells her finished products. What she's trading at the expo is the blueprint, not the finished product.
Die Baupläne, nicht wahr?
So, are you guys ready to head over then? Yehoda asked us to speed things along a bit. She's saving a super good spot for you, and she's worried people are gonna start asking questions.
I told her I need to finish debugging first. There's no point in rushing or I'll have nothing to trade.
Oh, Paimon's never seen Aino this serious before.
The craft shop is experiencing a severe shortage of funds. Aino is hoping the expo will improve our financial situation, so she's being extra thorough.
Where'd all the money go? Some kind of expensive research?
Nein, das Geld ist glücklich
Negative.
für Essen draufgegangen.
It's our dessert funds that are lacking.
Yeah.
We have had at least 47 cases where excess dessert purchases have led to a shortage of research funds. As such, I decided to split up our research and dessert budgets. Aino is forbidden from dipping into one to transfer to the other. And not too long ago, she cleaned out the entire dessert budget for this month.
Verstehe. Keine große Überraschung.
All right, done. Thwack and whack defense bots, do me proud.
Das ist ein süßer Roboter.
Looks like we can head over now.
Der ist süß gebaut. Der ist ja mega süß gebaut, der kleine Roboter. Wer ist er?
This looks like a good spot for the demo platform.
Yep.
This new bot looks pretty interesting, I know.
Okay. It's pretty okay.
Swing by and try it out whenever you want. It'll blow your mind. I just know it.
Thanks for the help.
No problem. Oh, and for registration, is it just gonna be you two?
I will be participating, but there is no need to register, Aino. She doesn't like to be around a lot of people. Once the expo starts, she'll head straight back to the craft shop.
Oh, good point. The 3 participants that Yehoda mentioned are all set now. Let's go give her an update.
Also damit ich eine Kopie von Yehoda kriege, brauche ich 1000 dieser Rennpunkte. Okay. Na, ist ja okay. Mal passiert. Das sind die ganzen Kennungen von Rift und bla bla bla. Ein bisschen was anderes. Des Beobachters. Das sind 3 Spieler. haben sich die Sounddesigner recht nicht gut das rausgenommen. Zu verfolgen.
Hey, what was that for?
Just shut up and move along. This spot is mine now.
Hey, keine Gewalt, das ist eine Regel.
It's the lady in charge. We were just setting up our booth and he's trying to take it from us.
Eddie.
A troublemaker, huh?
Oh, was ist das?
The expo announcement spells it out clear as day. All forms of violence are strictly prohibited. Read it and weep, Buster. Oh, I've been wanting to talk tough like that for ages. Should be enough to scare off a punk like him, no problem.
Ja, will jetzt auch was sagen.
It's not like I wanted to hit anyone. It's just not fair.
What's that supposed to mean?
We all know the black market stuff is in the highest demand here. So how did these twerps get a spot selling these stupid toys?
Huh.
I did some digging, and guess what? Turns out these brats have connections in the Voynich Guild. Obviously, someone pulled a few strings to get them here. But me, I miss one stupid deadline, and that's when the rules start to matter? Give me a break.
Hey, we earned our place fair and square.
As if.
So, you're slinging out the easy targets, huh? That might work for you on the outside, but not here and not under my watch.
Aw.
These kids earned the right to be here, same as everyone else. Don't believe me? Take it up with the guild. We'll see who comes out on top.
Just you wait.
Who the heck was that?
Was das denn?
Just some punk looking for a fight. Huh. But I scared him off without even lifting a finger.
Naja, diese Kinder im Hintergrund sind nichts Besonderes, wortwörtlich. Sie sind nur Handlanger. Diese Kinder hier im Hintergrund von Jahoda sind nur Mittelsmänner, die immer ständig rumlaufen und Infos weitergeben. Also die haben, ich bin tatsächlich auf der Seite von dem Typen, der gerade die Kinder verprügeln wollte. Diese Blagen hier haben den Platz hier am Schwarzmarkt nicht verdient.
I'm still shaking. That was close. Almost had to pull the never guard. Well, he's lucky he decided to run off, or we'd have helped teach him a lesson. Thanks a million, miss. All in a day's work. Anyway, knew I remembered you guys. Your guardian works for the guild, right? Was it again?
Auntie, are you all right?
Ah, der nutzlose Typ.
I'm fine. Just got a little scrape when he pushed me.
Der Junge hört sich an wie ein 30-Jähriger. Die Stimme passt ja gar nicht. Das soll ein Kind sein. Die Stimme hört sich an wie so ein 40-Jähriger.
I got caught up with something. I should have been here. I'm sorry.
All right, Ashvapati, the one man in the guild who wouldn't know profit if it hit him in the face. You get a spot in the most lucrative market in the world, and you're letting the kids use it to sell toys. And no one else would even entertain that idea.
Well, the purpose of the expo is free trade, right? There's no rule that participants have to sell weapons.
Ja, aber diese machen so einen Schrott.
No, but
Most people know what's gonna make real dough. Unlike a certain someone.
Ati, Neb, Rhea, head back to the booth. If anything else comes up, you call for me, okay? Don't be reckless.
Okay, got it.
Reicht es dich auch?
Yeah.
Stimmt.
You two know your stuff.
Sehr komisch, dass der Spielzeug hier verkauft.
Wait, what? Then why not make them look the part? They'll sell tons better that way.
Nope.
If you were to leave your kids a gift, would you choose a toy or a weapon?
Eine Waffe.
Well...
Spielzeug.
In any case, I'm not looking to make it big. I applied for the expo because the kids thought it would be fun. All I care about is them having a good time.
Oh. Na gut, das ist schön.
Fair enough. You're still gonna be busy with guild business though, right? Just a heads up. This might not be the safest place to leave the kids unattended.
I understand. A lot of children suffer because their parents are too consumed with work. It's unavoidable sometimes. But I want them to have better.
You know what? Don't even sweat it. I'll look out for them.
Oh, du bist drauf reingefallen.
What the heck are you doing, Yehoda?
Really? That would be amazing. What do you say to Miss Yehoda, you three?
Nee.
Thank you, Miss Yehoda.
Ist nicht so, als hättest du schon genug zu
My
tun.
pleasure. Just have them come find me if anything comes up.
Ja, total.
Got it. I should get going then.
Wow. Way to step up, Yehoda.
I'm just looking out for some kids. How hard could it be? Then again, I bet I'll be swamped with disputes to settle once this thing gets rolling for real.
Kein Problem.
Relax, we'll help you out. Oh, also, we registered the last 3 participants. So, the expo can start now, right?
Ja.
Wow, already? In that case, let me go get things ready for the grand opening. Talk to you later.
Später.
She really does have a lot on her shoulders.
Attention, everyone! Participant registration is now complete. On behalf of the Voynich Guild, I am pleased to announce that the Nod Cry Trade Expo is open for business.
Ja, ich weiß.
Whoa! There are so many people here now that the expo's officially underway. Should we take a look around? Or maybe check in on our friends first?
Was machst du hier?
Uh-oh. It's Lord Songima Bay. Oh, I wonder what we're in for this time. Well, hello. Is that the Traveler and our dearest Miss Expo Manager Yehoda? You're in luck. I'm offering a whole host of Expo exclusive discounts. Don't miss out.
Paimon's not remotely surprised to see Dory here. This event's practically made for her.
Yeah, she attends religiously every year. And she's always the seller who we get the highest number of complaints about. Complaints? Every single mora I make from this expo is 100% legitimate. I've never broken the rules, and my prices are entirely fair. If people regret their purchases and want to grumble about it behind my back, that's not my problem.
I wouldn't hazard a guess as to why people might be complaining.
I know. And every dispute ends in your favor after you've peppered the buyer with 1,000,001 reasons why you're not in the wrong. It's just, could you maybe not find a way to send every single one of your customers complaining to me this time? I'm begging you, Lord Songe Mabe, for me, please.
Das ist also der Grund, warum du doch
How about this? A special opening sale just for Miss Yehoda. 50% off! In other words, I'll do my very best to keep the number of complaints down to no more than half of my customers. Sound good?
Jeez, what a bargain. Works for me, I guess.
Das ist als nächstes, denke ich. Tori hat ernsthaft gesagt, ja, ich kann das Problem lösen, dass die Kunden sich weniger beschweren. Und zwar die Fehlerquote um 50% kann ich senken, wenn du mir 50.000 gibst. Ja, wow. Was a penny.
Have you been to the Clink Clink Krumkake Craft Shop's booth yet? They're selling blueprints for a machine. With everything Uncle's taught me, I bet I could build one of those thwack and smack defense bots. We should buy a blueprint.
Sounds like a waste of money to me. We should be spending our expo earnings on more important stuff like clothes.
But Uncle said the most important thing is that we have fun.
Guys, please don't fight.
I hate to break it to you, but I'm afraid no one really comes to this expo looking to buy toys. If you make any mora here, it won't be nearly enough to buy yourselves a blueprint. I doubt it'll even cover your new clothes.
Oh! Hi, Yehoda! Hi, Traveler!
I came here to make sure you kids stay safe, so listen carefully. If you want to look around the expo, that's fine, but you need to be extremely careful when talking to any strangers. Okay? A lot of crazy people show up to this expo, both sellers and buyers. You don't know what they might be capable of. So if anything happens, don't try to deal with it yourselves.
True.
Call for me right away. You got that?
Yehoda's really serious about looking out for these kids.
Well, it's kinda my job. I'm supposed to be the one in charge. Oh, just take a look around. This booth is the only one being run by a bunch of kids. If there's anyone out there aiming to cause trouble, you can bet they'll start with the weakest target. This exhibitor's demands are ridiculous.
What's wrong?
This exhibitor is apparently selling some rare Natlanese artifacts. And he's making some extremely unrealistic demands about how he wants them stored. I know the contract says that we're responsible for storage, but I'm sorry. It's unreasonable to expect us to meet these requirements.
Unreasonable? These are rare and very fragile historical relics we're talking about. You can't just throw them into a warehouse, okay? They have to be handled with care.
Du bist von den Meister des Nachtwendes, nicht wahr?
Tumaini?
Natürlich.
Yep, that's Tumaini, all right. So, what exactly do you need?
Well, I suppose I can use the assigned warehouse if I really have to. Just don't tell Granny Eatsley about this, please.
Es war schon mit dir zu verhandeln zu dürfen.
Whatever to mind means, it seems like it carries even more weight than name-dropping Boss Neff.
Hey, du bist doch aus Fontaine.
Welcome to the Treasure Hoarder booth.
The treasure hoarders have a booth?
Schatzräuber haben einen Stand.
Yep, every year. This is the largest legal black market in all of Tevat. The stuff they dig up is perfect for a place like this. But can one person really represent their entire organization? No way. Treasure Hoarder is just a catch-all title. Their internal structure is crazy complicated. The thing is, the members who'd apply to set up the exhibits used to give themselves ever more highfalutin titles. You know, to boost Spire confidence. Over time, it became an unwritten rule that each expo can only have one treasure hoarder booth. The different factions usually duke it out beforehand for the right to take part.
To be honest, I see myself as a member of the Fruity Order first, and a Treasure Hoarder second. Of course it does. The Fruity Order is known far and wide for its heroic deeds.
The Fruity Order's a familiar name around here, at least. They've been winning the Treasure Hoarder Expo rights for a few years now. Although, this guy's a new face.
Du bist mega sus. Oh, die verkauft Fatui-Waffen. Oh, ich hätte gerne eine. Das Jagdgewehr wäre geil.
Wait, that's a familiar face. Isn't that Viswava?
Why, if it isn't the Traveler. Knew there'd be some big names here.
Let's get the official business over with first. Unfortunately, you're the first seller at the expo to receive a complaint. We've received word that the muskets you're selling are a few shots away from turning into scrap.
Well, yeah. It's written here plain as day.
Oh, das sind alte, genutzte Waffen. Ah, das gibt's einen Grund, warum sie die verkaufen darf.
Muskets for sale. Condition extremely poor. The internal grooves have been worn away and the ammo might be damp. Best practice is to pray that it doesn't explode before each use.
Sind das nicht eure Standardwaffen? Sind die nicht immer so scheiße?
Oh, wait, so you weren't speaking in code to cover your tracks? Code? Yeah, sometimes people bring stuff that needs to be kept on the down low, so they dress it up as junk beforehand. Happens on the black market all the time.
You're overthinking things here. This stuff really is junk. We were just gonna scrap them, but my superiors thought we might as well try and make some more off of them.
Huh.
And who knows? If the prayers are answered and the gun ends up firing a few times, the buyer hasn't totally wasted their money, have they?
Guess not.
I mean, a weapon on the brink of ruin that's still capable of considerable firepower. Doesn't that just scream black market to you?
Yeah.
Yeah, but who would buy something like this? Maybe collectors who don't care if it works, and desperados who don't care if it explodes. Fair enough.
Na schön. Irgendwie kennen wir alle hier auf dem Hof. Lieben, was machst du hier? What the fuck?
Hey, look! It's our old
Oh, it's you two! Been a while, hasn't it?
Wait, you know this guy too? Okay, I'm slowly starting to get why Boss Neff asked you to help me out.
Ah, you must be the expo manager. Was there something you needed from me?
Nope, just checking in. You're just selling a few ordinary items, is that right?
Mm-hmm, that's right.
Okay. I mean, we've got people selling toys this year, so why not?
You seem confused. In the right environment, ordinary items don't have to fetch an ordinary price, you know? I'm sure I'll meet someone at this trade expo who recognizes their hidden value.
Cool. Well, you do you. I'm certainly not gonna stop you.
What about you, friend? Care to do some business? Well, to be honest, I spent most of the ones in my inventory to purchase this batch of goods. The ones you see here are just for decoration.
Seine Wunderkisten waren immer wunderbar, weil man hat immer zu viel
But
Stoff
I'm
bekommen.
confident that I can make a killing here, so I'll be sure to make another batch of Boxer Marvels should the opportunity arise later.
Ja, das ist cool. Also seine Zufallskisten sind immer witzig. Und man kommt auf jeden Fall immer die Währung und eine Ware. Da ist auch Megasas.
Sir, we don't forbid exhibitors from offering drink samples, but I need to make sure you understand what you're getting into. Any samples you offer are at your own risk. If anything goes wrong, like if a customer has a bad reaction to one of your products, the expo can't take any responsibility.
Rest assured, ma'am, what you see here is 100% pure Mondstadt vintage. Straight from the Dawn Winery's cellars, actually.
That's bullshit.
Really? Wow-wee! You don't often find Mondstadt wine this far away from home.
Ah, you're telling me. If you try to ship this stuff through the proper channels, all the taxes and tariffs would send the prices skyrocketing. But that's where my connections come in. With me, you get Mondstadt wine at Mondstadt prices.
Das ist gelogen, das ist falscher Alkohol. Der lügt, der verkauft falschen Wein.
Cool! What kind of connections?
Ah, bei uns? Gut, der fängt schon an.
Hey! You can't go around asking people questions like that!
Ja. Etwas Benne ist komisch. Der kriegt später noch richtig auf den Deckel. Weil der Luke kommt ja später vorbei. Oh nein. Nein, da wäre es auch auf Dori reingefallen. Ach du Kacke. Oder?
It's her! The boss of the Spina di Rosula! Huh? Uh-oh, things are about to kick off.
What are you worried about, Yehuda?
Shh! Don't you see him over there? Parasol Lady's the head honcho of the Fontanian underworld. Rumor is she pulled the crumbling organization back together and avenged her father with her own hands. Oh, we don't want to get on her bad side.
Sie hat nicht in... Das waren wir. Wir haben die Rache für sie gemacht.
An eye patch over there is a merc captain from Liyue. She has a fleet of her own that sails the seas. Most people know to steer clear.
Die beiden sind Freunde.
I was worried this expo might not be big enough for the two of them, if you catch my drift. So I kept their booths far apart. Looks like they wound up meeting in the end, though. You don't think they're butting heads already, do you? What am I gonna do?
Hey guys! What's up?
Oh, hey there, partner in Paimon. Partner?
Can't go far in my line of work without hearing about the president of the Spina di Rosula or the champion duelists of the court of Fontaine. Thought I'd make some friends since the opportunity's presenting itself. Plus, now that the traveler has arrived, I wonder if these ladies might just agree to coming aboard for a drink.
What's the traveler got to do with that?
You're too kind, Miss Beto.
thing is, over there is a friend of ours. She's managing the expo, and seeing as you're all big shots where you come from, she was worried you might, butt heads.
Is that so? Well, I think you can put her at ease.
Yeah. And if there's anything we can do to help, just say the word.
Na, kann sie nicht. Sie hat Angst. Freunde.
Well, there you have it. Nothing to worry about.
These people are your friends. How is that even possible?
Ich werde nicht umsonst der Reisende genannt. Ja, stimmt. Ich reise überall hin.
Wonder how Beto, Navia, and Ineffa's goods are selling. Let's go check.
Excuse me. According to the expo announcement, you are in charge of mediating disputes between participants, correct? Just now, as Aino was about to return to the workshop, she got dragged into a conversation with some individuals who appear to have unofficial ties to the expo. My database does not have relevant information on how to address the situation, so I came to you for help.
Unofficial ties, huh? Sounds a little shady.
Schauen wir uns das mal an.
Come with me.
A device that uses Pneuma and Usia energies in battle. With that kind of tech, a bandit group could rob a caravan without even showing their faces.
And what about this thing? Remote guidance? Precision bombing at long distance? If a group of thugs got their hands on it, their enemies might as well surrender on the spot.
The Fontaine Research Institute made the right call going through the Spina di Rosula rather than selling it themselves.
The same is true for the Ministry of Civil Affairs, I'm sure. A merc captain who spends most of her time at sea is far less conspicuous.
Huh?
What about this girl? She seems to be trading in military-grade weapons as well.
Chill.
The Clink Clank Krumkake craft shop does take on a lot of orders for dangerous creations. But I think in this case...
I'm overthinking it.
I think so.
Yelan? Chevron? What are you doing here?
Traveler. Paimon. How did you find this place?
Although this location is indeed rather secluded, Aino has equipped me with a special sensor module. With it, I was able to detect that you had pulled her aside for questioning.
The rumors are true then. She's quite the little engineer.
Can you tell me what this is about already?
Apologies, but it's a matter of utmost importance, so I had to be sure. After our conversation, however, I can confirm that Aino is not involved in this case.
Traveler, could you help us clear up this misunderstanding?
Understood.
Based on our conversation just now, I'm guessing neither of us is the target the other is searching for.
I second that. And since our strategies were so similar, I'd wager we're after the same person.
Yeah, Paimon thought so too.
Well, I wasn't planning on dragging you into all this, but now that I appear to have gained an unexpected partner, I suppose I might as well explain. I trust you, Traveler, and Miss Chevra seems to do the same. With you here, I'm hoping we can avoid further misunderstandings.
Agreed.
Miss Chevras and I seem to be here in Nodcry to reel in the same fish.
That's right. And the product we brought to trade is the bait. Of course, if I worked in the booth, it might tip people off, so that's where Navia comes in. I assume it's the same situation with Captain Beto?
So, does that mean your target is gonna be at the expo?
Yes. There's a good chance it's one of the buyers.
But, what about Nefer's golden rule?
Naja. Und wer ist nur echt so ein Quatsch?
What? No. I've done some digging into the head of the curatorium and where she stands. We can't let her know what we're doing.
Well...
I wouldn't be surprised if she got the Traveler involved because she anticipated this from the start.
Oh shit.
If the Traveler has someone to answer to, then we should go.
Fine.
Wer wüsste, dass weniger Alkohol hier verkauft wird? Das wäre ja gar nicht geil.
Nefer! You here? Turns out, we actually do need your help with something!
Ah, Miss Yelan from Liyue, and Miss Chevreuse from Fontaine. It's quite the honor. Forgive me for not greeting you sooner.
So you knew we were coming all along?
Anticipating your arrival is one thing. Getting you to come talk to me is another.
And that's why you put the Traveler in charge of participant coordination. You knew we trusted him enough to tell him the truth about our plans. And you also knew that, out of respect for your arrangement, the first thing he would do is bring us here.
How else could I have gotten us all to the negotiating table? Forgive me for not cluing you in, Traveler. I had a feeling things could get complicated, so caution was vital.
Okay.
Rest assured, you will still be compensated as promised.
So, can someone explain what's going on here?
Yes. Might as well get it out in the open, ladies. You two were going to exchange intel sooner or later, correct? No better time than the present.
Recently, the bandits at our border have become more aggressive. We don't know how, but they seem to have gotten their hands on some kind of weapon, which has made them a lot more dangerous.
Das ist komisch.
The caravan transports have been helpless against their attacks.
Daher kann's nicht sein. Und Albedo auch nicht mit ihrer Panzer. Und Aldio mit ihrer großen Armbrust ist zu schwer. Kann man nicht direkt einsetzen. Nicht, dass ich weiterreden.
We're facing a similar situation in Fontaine. Conflicts between gangs have been escalating, with civilians getting caught in the crossfire.
Und Zivilisten werden getroffen, das ist gar nicht gut.
Our investigation indicates that someone has been supplying the gangs with some unusually powerful weaponry. Even with the Spina's help, we've been struggling to curb the fighting.
Fontaine? Nee, die Fatui mit ihrer Waffe, aber nein. Die Fatui könnte es jetzt mal nicht sein, weil am Waffenstand steht, Waffen in sehr schlechtem Zustand und Munition und Waffe können explodieren. Keiner wird das freiwillig kaufen und benutzen.
In which case, I think we can confirm that we're facing arms dealers operating on an international scale.
Yes, and their cover has been ironclad. There hasn't been so much as a trace leading back to them, until their most recent operation.
Nee, Vanessa ist es nicht.
Let me guess. Someone leaked where the weapons are coming from. And it pointed right to the Nodcry Trade Expo.
Exactly.
I see. Well, weapons tend to be a hot commodity in a market with no restrictions. Say that the person you're searching for is in attendance. Does that mean you're prepared to ruin the expo to nab them?
Vorsicht. Wir haben keine Gewalt.
I won't lie to you. Catching this person is my top priority.
Das wird aber diesmal schwierig.
How about this? In the spirit of being a good host, you give us a bit of leeway to do what's necessary. And in return, we won't do anything to undermine the expo.
Uff.
All deals made at the expo are protected, including those that would be illegal elsewhere. It's the entire purpose of an event like this.
Natürlich, die beiden werden natürlich...
The Voynich Guild gets a cut from both the seller and the buyer, so we have a duty to uphold that principle.
Weil dann... Warum packt ihr nicht einen Tracker?
I can't just let a customer get scooped up by the authorities while everyone watches.
You said this was a negotiation, but you don't seem prepared to compromise.
Verkaufen ihn die Ware und nehmen ihn danach fest.
Let's think about this. Maybe there's another way?
Ich hab's.
Only deals made through the expo are protected, correct?
Richtig.
Oh?
Yep.
Theoretically speaking, were any deals to take place outside of the expo's scope, I would have no right to interfere.
Das ist es, Neffa sagt. Jetzt gerade, wo alle Augen auf dem Markt sind, könnt ihr nicht einschreiten. Und alle offiziellen Deals kann ich nichts machen. Alle Deals, die unterm Tisch sind und nicht gesehen werden und wenn da jemand festgenommen wird, das habe ich nicht gesehen.
Good. Then we can promise that the rules will be followed.
I want insurance, then. To hold you to your word, the Traveler must be part of all operations related to the investigation.
We have a deal.
Then you have my thanks in advance.
Looks like negotiations are a success!
It's the best outcome I could have asked for. I appreciate the help, Traveler.
Ich würde ohnehin keinen Konflikt zwischen euch.
In that case, do me one more favor, would you? When this is all over, I want to hear the real story behind everything that goes down.
My face. Mücke. Geh mich auf den Sack. Zwischen Kalkkugeln und Seiden. Oh oh. Lasst die Fäden in Ruhe. Diese Fäden haben eine sehr große und emotionale Bedeutung. Macht die nicht kaputt. Macht die nicht kaputt.
Well, it's been 2 days. Wonder how the investigation's going. Let's go check in with Yelan and Shepras.
Try to keep up! Try to keep up!
Can this launch blaster thing really shoot stuff from that far away?
It does launch and blast things, but it's actually called a ballista. And yes, it can.
But how does it stay on target?
It uses a remote guidance system. But I'll let you in on a little secret. The upgraded version doesn't even need that.
Can I give it a try?
Oh, not a chance, kid. Can't have you hurting yourself. Believe me, this thing is even more powerful than it looks. Ask me again once you're older.
Hey, Beto! What you up to?
Oh, it's you two! I was just introducing our product to these discerning young customers.
Paimon thought you were here for some, you know, fishing. Wait, are these three?
What? No, of course not. The kids were just curious, that's all.
I'm sorry. Are these three preventing you from doing business? Let me get them out of your hair. Come on. Time to go.
Oh, do we have to?
Don't sweat it. They were just curious. I'm happy to tell them more about it.
Nennt mich paranoid oder sowas, aber ich vermute tatsächlich ihn als erstes, dass er was mit dem illegalen Waffenhandel zu tun hat. Weil erstens verkauft er Waffen versteckt in Kinderspielzeugen. Zweitens sagt er ist nur auf dem Markt wegen zum Wohl der Kinder. Und er verkauft Sachen mit Verlust, nicht mit Gewinn. Also wie kann er sein Geschäft weiterführen? Das ergibt keinen Sinn.
No, we've taken up enough of your time already.
Ja, das ist am wahrscheinlichsten.
Neb, don't bother people when they're trying to work, okay?
Okay.
It was no bother, I swear. In fact, once the expo is over, come find me on my ship, and I'll let you see the ballista in action. How does that sound?
How much would it cost?
Not a single mora.
Really? It's a promise then, miss.
Your vessel. It's a battleship, isn't it? Are you sure you should be bringing children on board?
Why not? Whenever we're docked back in Liyue to pick up supplies, I always let the kids around the harbor come aboard to play, and boy, do they love it.
Oh ja, das hätte ich.
If a kid from Liyue can do it, why not a kid from Sumeru? A battleship may as well be a giant playground to them.
Is that so? I've heard that people in Liyue also turn gunpowder into explosive firecrackers and give them to children as toys.
Yep.
Perhaps only the kids back in your home country are lucky enough to look at a giant battleship and see a playground.
If you're worried about safety, I can...
No, I suppose I'm just envious. That's all.
Ich werde mich auf jeden Fall.
I'll be sure to bring them over if we get the chance.
Seems like he really cares about those kids, huh? Anyway, what did you want to talk about?
Oh ja, wir sind drin.
Oh, just wanted to ask how it's going with the top secret, fishing. Did you reel in the catch of the day yet?
They're circling the hook just fine. Just waiting for a bite.
Whoa! Where did you come from?
Hinter der Wand.
Shh.
Well, that just proves my point. Something like this would only see more use in Fontaine.
Ah, except you never find something like this for sale there. Better jump on the chance now before it's too late.
Excuse me?
He's coming this way!
Steady now.
That's mighty expensive.
Ist gerade mein Spielcharakter gerade über den Container gesprungen mit Kopf zuerst? Oh. Ja, kein Wunder, warum er da jetzt gerade auf dem Boden liegt und sich nicht bewegt.
Well, no one's forcing you to buy it. If you're not interested, you're free to move along.
What? Come on. There's no rule saying we can't haggle.
The Voynich Guild gets a cut of whatever I sell. Obviously, that's factored into the price. Don't like it? Take it up with them.
Ist auch ein Schatzräuber.
Listen, I can tell this is something special. If you're willing to go a bit lower, I'm prepared to cut a huge deal.
I know it's something special, so I plan on getting paid what it's worth.
Come on, geh ein bisschen runter. Spiel mit.
Perhaps there's a way we can both get what we want then.
What are you implying?
Well, Nod Cry's a big place. Surely this expo isn't the only place we can cut a deal.
Oh?
What would you say to working this out someplace else? Somewhere the guild can't get a cut?
Nimm die Hand.
That means no guild protection either. What will I do if you run off without paying?
Considering the giant sword you've got handy, if anyone's getting robbed, it'd be me, don't you think? Point is, we're both going out on a limb here. But the reward's worth the risk.
Natürlich.
Fine. Name a place. As a registered participant, though, I'm too close to the guild. If we don't want them catching on, I'll need to send a proxy.
Smart thinking. Let's meet here, then.
Ja, und das sind auch alles Agenten, die
Good.
an den Stand
He
rumstehen.
took the bait. Let's go elsewhere to discuss our next move.
Ich dachte, es passiert irgendwas mit der Seite. Wahrscheinlich. Ist okay. Übrigens. Jetzt kurz aufs Boot.
Captain Beto's hook was what got him in the end, huh? Oh, I didn't get a chance to show off how convincing I can be.
Ja, komm, Navia.
This isn't tabletop troop, Navia. In real life, persuasion takes a lot more than a dice roll.
I brought a product tailor-made for Fontaine because I thought the group's activities were limited to that area.
Nope.
Turns out, we're dealing with an international crime ring. So I suppose it makes sense that Captain Beto's bait was more enticing. It's a good thing we teamed up.
We wouldn't have gotten far without your intel either. Gotta ask, though, how did you know these guys would be so quick to abandon the expo?
I read their file. Nothing's off the table for them when profit's on the line. When it comes down to it, they'd see the protection the expo provides as just more red tape. Something to work around rather than with. Just like the law.
So, we meet up with this guy, catch him, and problem solved, right?
No. The person we're meeting is just an underling sent to scout the situation.
Yep.
We're after the leader of the whole ring. And after observing the situation over the past 2 days, it's clear they have undercover agents waiting in the wings.
Yep.
If something happens to our point of contact, those agents will scatter to spread word of what happened. And whoever is behind this whole thing will know we're onto them.
In that case...
We have to get the jump on them all at once, and use them to get intel on our real target before he has a chance to react.
Schwer.
Forgive me for pointing out the obvious, though. We have nowhere near enough personnel for that. If even one of the agents escapes, it's over.
Let me guess. You'd rather follow this deal through to the end to lure out the real culprit? Nice idea, in theory. The problem is, in my experience, that person would never show their face for something like this.
I can work around that. But only as long as the deal goes ahead.
So, you're planning to trail the person picking up the goods. I suppose that could lead us to the big fish, but that would mean we have to actually hand over the weapon. Aren't you worried about putting something that dangerous in the hands of criminals?
Wir können eine Kopie machen. Mit der Hilfe von, Ineffa.
We can control how dangerous it is. But if we followed your plan, could we really guarantee that not a single agent would get away?
You're telling me you really have a way to mitigate the threat of that weapon?
Yep, I know.
You're telling me that you really have the wherewithal to carry out a large-scale search and seizure operation in Nordcry?
Oh, Stadterei.
Are they having a fight?
Natürlich.
They're both experts in this sort of thing. A lot of back and forth is to be expected.
Don't worry. I think they're getting along great.
Ich hab eine Idee.
A successful collaboration requires trust. And a willingness to make concessions. So how about this? I'll meet up with the underling as planned and stall him as long as possible. While I'm keeping him busy, you round up the rest of the agents. Sound like a plan?
Yes, I appreciate the trust. And I promise you, not a single one will get away.
See? Like 2 peas in a pod.
Traveler, you should come with me to meet the buyer. After all, we promised Nefer you would be involved in all our operations.
The Traveler is kind of a famous face around these parts, though.
Then, you can serve as backup. Remain hidden, and on the off chance he tries anything, it'll be 2 against 1.
Alles klar.
Ha! Let's do this thing!
Was ist der Weg beim Versteh dich. Zum Flaggschiff.
Hier.
Da ist er.
There he is!
Oh, you really can't go lower?
Best I can do is shave off the amount the guild was going to take.
You're a tough nut to crack. How do you plan to deliver the goods?
Depends on what you need. You don't look like you're from around these parts. So I'm guessing you need sea transport?
Yes, but there are a lot of eyes on the port. It would be better to dismantle the product and transport the components in crates.
Hey, aber wir können... Ja, es macht Sinn, damit man es weniger fahren kann, diese Maschine auseinanderzunehmen und einen einzelnen Teil dahin zu schicken, aber... Ich hab doch keinen, der das zusammenbaut.
That might be tricky. If you're worried about getting caught, then let's bypass the port entirely. We can launch from a secluded shoreline and use our own boat for transport.
Sorry. But I'd still prefer to have it dismantled and stored in regular crates.
Ah, I'm guessing the port of arrival is where you resell the goods? You want it hidden in unassuming cargo crates, because you operate right out in the open. Most of the weapons have come in through Yilong Wharf or Lumidus Harbor, so that seems to check out.
What are you trying to say?
Nothing. Just connecting some dots. I think we're done here.
Ha!
Ja. Der Blonde.
Out of the way!
It's one of the undercover agents! He's making a break for it!
The captain of the Special Patrol will take it from here.
One just popped up. Looks like the one on the surface has been subdued. There are children around. I have to avoid bloodshed.
Muss mir an sich wieder auf dem Dach.
Trying to escape? Allow me to show you the way!
Natürlich ist sie auf dem Dach. Oh, ich darf schießen auf ihn. Das ist nice.
Nope, not this way.
Oh, ich darf auf den Undercover-Agenten schießen. Ist ja nice. Verschwinde.
Had enough? Then turn around!
Wenn jetzt einer hier ist, dann haben wir ein Problem. Nee, er schafft's raus.
Out of steam yet? 'Cause I can do this all day!
Hey, nein, nicht das Schild. Uncool. Bong auf ihn drauf.
My leg!
Is still attached. And if you want to keep it that way, I suggest you stay right where you are.
A special patrol uniform. You think bringing me in is enough? Do you even know how many of us there are? If even one gets a...
5 at the port, 10 on the outskirts of Nasha Town, 3 near the plaza. Factoring in you and the buyer, that makes 20. Save the best for last, right?
How did you...
Don't even think about it.
Hey, ich kenne die. Das sind die Besten. Spinda la Rosa.
Well done, everyone. We appreciate the assist. The boss sends her thanks.
It was an honor. Without the Spina's help back in the day, we never would have been able to make it in Nodcry. It was about time we returned the favor.
What? I needed to make you seem intimidating to get these local gangs on our side. We've been over this.
Yeah, I know. But hearing you call me boss will never not be hilarious.
Ugh.
Oh. Das sind kleinere Gangs.
Wow! Navia is something else!
Well, that explains your confidence. I had no idea the Spina di Rosula could mobilize these kinds of numbers outside of Fontaine. This Navia has quite a few tricks up her sleeve.
No trade expo rules were broken either. Even if Nefer saw it all unfold herself, we still wouldn't need to explain a thing.
Except for the guild's broken signboard, I would imagine.
It was an unavoidable sacrifice.
At any rate, I suppose the next step is to get these birds to sing. Should be an easy job. The Maison Gardiennage has a reputation for highly effective interrogation tactics.
Hey.
And if that doesn't work, I've heard that spies from Liyue have their ways of making people talk as well.
Yes, that means the operation was a success, right?
So far. Once we get someone to reveal who the mastermind behind all this is, that's when the real work begins.
I'm sure that person is in hiding somewhere far removed from the expo. But as far as our deal with the curatorium goes, I think that's a wrap.
Shouldn't we update Nefer then?
First, we need to figure out what we can learn from these agents. We'll be in touch once we have the information. Then we can...
Well, that went a lot smoother than expected. Not a single one got away.
Geschichte hinternehmen.
You're thinking about Nefer's final request, huh? Let's see. We have 2 expert detectives from separate nations teaming up to uncover an international crime ring. That's not a bad story.
Nee, da fehlt was.
If you feel like it's missing something, maybe Yelan and Chevros will uncover something more interesting during their interrogation.
Excuse me? Are you the Traveler? Yehuda needs you back at the expo venue as soon as possible.
Oh no! Did something happen?
I'm sorry, I don't know the details. All she said was that it's urgent.
Now let's get a move on!
Ah, scheiße. Was ist denn jetzt? Die Kinder.
Either I throw the guild under the bus, or I get on the bad side of a terrifying merc captain. Oh, could this get any worse? Get it together, Yehuda. Focus on the hot dog you're gonna treat yourself to after today is over. One thing at a time. All right. You've got this.
Let's try not to get too worked up, all right?
Don't worry. We'll get to the bottom of this. I swear.
Was ist los?
What happened?
You're here. Please, you've got to help me, Traveler. A theft at the expo is gonna ruin the guild's reputation.
A theft? How did that happen?
Ablenkung.
You're asking me. The guild has people keeping watch over the storage area for this exact reason. And it just had to happen to one of the scariest people here.
Beto? Wait, that means...
The guild asked us to keep our goods stored on the designated shelves. I had a few prototypes that I was using for demonstration, which I had stored there.
Die Kinder sind weg.
But when I came to check on things just now, I noticed that all of them had been stolen.
And each ballista is super dangerous.
Well, all the prototypes have a failsafe designed to prevent unauthorized use, so it could be worse. Still, we should get them back as soon as possible.
The guild will make sure of that. If you could just keep this between us for now, we would be super appreciative. Do we have to tell her?
Honesty is the best policy. That's what he taught us.
I know, it's just...
Papa hat's geklaut. Will Papa, dass das geklaut hat, ne? Dann sage ich wusste es. Aha.
Miss Yehuda.
Das war Papa, ne?
What are you three doing here?
Die haben was zu sagen.
There's something you want to tell me, isn't there?
Well, Neb's been obsessed with the ballistas ever since we got here. That's why Uncle Ashpapati told us to come see your booth. It seemed like he was interested in them too, because he even told us what parameters to ask about.
Ja, das war der Papa.
Ever since this morning, we haven't been able to reach him. We wanted to ask Miss Yehuda for help, but then we heard about the ballistas being stolen.
Papa hat die gestohlen, er ist der Chef.
And?
I don't think Uncle Ashpapati would do something
something like that, but Ashvapati works for the guild. He has access to the storage warehouse, so he could get inside without the guards getting suspicious. Wait, so now it's an inside job? Oh, jeez. The guild is never gonna recover from this.
He made those toys the kids were selling, right? They don't look like much on the outside, but I bet they're hiding some serious tech. If he's a tech guy, those fail-safes I mentioned might not have our backs after all.
So, this just went from bad to worse. Oh, uh-oh.
Could be. I mean, let's put it this way. There aren't a whole lot of people that could manage to stay off Yelan's radar. Why don't you take these kids to the curatorium and see what you can learn? I've got things covered here.
Got it! Hold up. We can't hold these kids responsible, though. Right? No, of course not, but... how do we explain this?
You want to look out for these kids, don't you?
I promised I would. Besides, they're innocent in all this.
Good, because I'm looking out for them too. That's why I want to find their uncle as soon as possible. No matter what he did or didn't do, it's worse for them if he's missing.
I guess we're on the same page then.
Take these kids to the curatorium. I'll update Yelan and tell her to meet you there.
Will do!
Ja, klar.
On me.
Hier, Papa, ist es. Etage 25. Oh man.
Well, this complicates things. Here I was hoping the trouble would start and end with you two.
Nope.
But no matter. This will all make for a very engaging story.
I wouldn't be so flippant. This time, it's one of yours causing trouble. I'm starting to wonder if all those agents we captured were just a distraction, so the real culprit could make their move.
Nope.
It's all still up in the air right now. What can you three tell us about Ashvapati?
Uncle Ashvapati isn't our real uncle, but he is our guardian. He adopted us when we were little. He told us we all came from the same band of eremites in the desert. But apparently, we're the only ones left.
Das ist komisch. Hat euch gekauft.
We've been traveling from place to place with him for as long as I can remember. We got to Nagcry not too long ago.
Their eyes.
What about them?
I'm just reminded of something. About a decade ago, there was a band of eremites who, seemingly out of nowhere, gained technological capabilities far surpassing those of other groups.
Oh Gott, ich glaube...
Leveraging that advantage, they built a number of highly advanced weapons and sold them to the highest bidder. The conflicts in the desert became even bloodier as a result. While the other groups were tearing each other to shreds, these newly minted arms traders stood by and reaped the spoils.
Ah, scheiße.
But before long, their own weapons were turned against them. And as the flames of conflict engulfed the desert, the group met their end.
Oof.
None of the weapons survived, and so in the wake of that destruction, the status quo of the desert was restored.
That's terrible.
Ist ja furchtbar.
In the desert, it's kill or be killed. People will stop at nothing to gain the upper hand. If this happened in Fontaine or Liyue, I'm sure the perpetrators would have been prosecuted to the full extent of the law. But in the desert, no one bats an eye. From what they've told us, sounds like these kids are orphans from that particular band of Eremites.
Which means their guardian is likely one of the few survivors as well.
Sind wieder im Waffengeschäft.
Sounds like it.
No! Uncle Ashwapati would never do something like that! No matter what happened back then, I know one thing for sure. Uncle Ashwapati hates weapons.
Hä? Was weißt du?
Sure, he's good at building things, but all he does is make toys for us to play with. He can't be the kind of person you're making him out to be. Or...
Das ganze Welt würde zusammenbrechen.
I'm sorry. All we can do is act upon the facts.
Wissen, was fehlt. Wissen.
So, what's our next move?
Ist ein Tracker an der Waffe? Das ist die Frage.
From our interrogations, we've learned that in 2 days, the person behind all this has a meeting planned to collect the goods. If all goes well, we can head to the pickup point and ambush them.
Okay.
But if Ashwapati is part of this and the leader learns what happened, there's no chance he risks himself for his agents. So, that meeting might as well be moot.
Then let's focus our efforts on Ashwapati for now. If we find him, he might just lead us to our culprit. If he stole the prototypes, there's bound to be a trail. I'm confident I can track him down. I just need some time.
What can I do to help?
I work best in the shadows. The more people involved, the harder it is to operate. As soon as I've got a location, though, he's all yours. You let me handle the search, and I'll let the Special Patrol handle the seizure.
That does sound like the most feasible plan. I'll be waiting for the good news.
Seizure?
Hey! Don't worry too much right now. The most important thing is that we find your uncle. The rest can wait.
Okay.
Looks like I'll need to enlist your services for a bit longer, traveler.
Spielzeug für die Kinder. Warte bis zum nächsten Tag 7 bis 10 Uhr. Komm, dann mach ich die Story jetzt zu Ende. Und danach was essen.
We just got word from Yelan. Looks like she managed to track down Ashwapati. Come on, let's go meet up with the others.
Dort ist doch nicht geheim. So am Rand des Meeres. Nicht häufiger mal unterwegs.
Mind the wind. Easy now, Kakuku.
Took me a bit longer than I expected, but I found where he's hiding.
Let me just be sure of one thing. We're dealing with someone who has extremely dangerous weaponry in his hands. If it comes to it, are you prepared to handle the worst-case scenario?
Absolutely. You just need to trust us, just like we trusted you earlier.
Yeah, we've got this. My crew's already locked and loaded.
I'll take you at your word.
I know you said you wanted to keep this operation small, but I still thought you could use some backup. So, I chose a few promising young Spina members to help out. Clarand and I have got things covered at the expo.
Yes, we're ready to roll then.
Now that you're here, I guess we can get this show on the road.
Wait!
I'm sorry, you can't come with us. You need to stay at the expo like we agreed. It's for your own safety.
We know. It's just... Do you really think Uncle Ashvapati is working for the bad guys?
I wish I could answer that question, but it would just be speculation. And I work based off evidence.
He's been gone for 2 days now, and he just left us here. He's never done that before. Maybe he really is working for those people and was afraid of getting caught. But if that's true, then that means he must have been involved in making and selling weapons in the past too. Wouldn't that make him a bad person?
Nicht ganz. Manchmal haben böse Leute manchmal keine andere Wahl, außer weiterhin das Böses zu tun. Weil es entweder zu gut zahlt, sie haben keine anderen Möglichkeiten. Ja? Oder sie werden gezwungen von jemandem.
That's not for us to say. Take a look around the expo. There are plenty of other people making and selling weapons. Doesn't mean they're necessarily all bad people.
Really?
Never zum Beispiel.
The same is true for your uncle. Whatever he may have done in the past, the real question we need to ask is why. There's a lot we need to know before we can judge a person. In Fontaine, we have a long and complicated process in place just to make sure we get the right answer to that question.
Yeah. Why would Uncle Ashvapati do something like that?
Geld.
How about this? I'll make sure that Miss Chevras and Miss Yelan promise to bring your uncle back safe and sound.
Oh.
Then you can ask him yourselves.
Thanks, miss.
Wenn er zurückkommt.
This situation is complicated and unpredictable. Isn't it a bit early to be making those kinds of promises?
It's all right. We're prepared for whatever we might face.
Regardless, it's a promise we have to keep. After all, when the children get their answer, it will shape their understanding of what justice means.
Then, let's all do our part to make sure this ends as well as it possibly can.
Komm, sonst ist es zu spät. Ah, das ist wirklich nicht mehr weg. Ich verstehe Leute nicht, die immer ihre Handelsmachen immer so ein paar Meter weg von der Stadt machen. Ich verstehe es nicht.
Huh?
Stop right there!
Where is he?
We missed him.
Looks like he left behind plenty of evidence, though. Search the area. Let's see if we can find a lead. These records look suspiciously familiar.
Yeah. Doesn't seem very coincidental to me either.
What is it?
Remember when I said this group's cover was ironclad? They were always careful never to leave a trail leading back to them. The one time they slipped up, it broke the case wide open. We found a cargo manifest left behind at the scene. That's the clue that led us to Nodcry.
It was a similar story on our end.
And now that same manifest shows up here, among the records left behind by Ashvapati.
So, he's the guy that slipped up back then?
Unless it wasn't a slip-up at all. How does the same clue get left behind at two separate scenes and picked up by two separate law enforcement agencies?
Erste Spitze.
Thinking back on it now, it doesn't seem quite so accidental after all.
Erste Spitze.
No. Almost like he led us here on purpose. But for what reason?
Erste Spitze. Money. Also, ist der Verräter aus der Gruppe.
There's a letter here!
Look at how it's positioned. It was begging to be found. I think it might be for us.
You think he knew we would come here?
If he did, he's a more impressive opponent than I anticipated.
Let's keep going. We can read it together when we debrief.
Ich sage erster Spion. Ich mag ihn zwar nicht, aber ich würde sagen erster Spion. Erster Spion. Hätte ich richtig gelassen.
Wait! Is this what Paimon thinks it is?
It's the display model that goes with the prototype. Guess that does make him our thief.
What's worse is that, with his technical background, I bet he managed to bypass the security features on the prototype.
You're saying our guy has a battle-ready ballista in his possession, just waiting to be unleashed?
Oh, this isn't looking good.
Something isn't adding up. All the evidence suggests that he was here alone. Which begs the question, why would he unlock the ballista's features before even meeting up with his boss?
That's a question for another time. We need to focus on where he's going next.
This situation seems more complicated than we imagined. It looks like Ashvapati does have a connection to our criminal gang, but it might not be what we thought at first.
You don't think he's working for them?
Unlikely. He lured us to Nodcry, prepared those weapons on his own, deliberately put us on his trail. This is looking more and more like the work of an independent actor.
Well, if we want to get to the bottom of this, he's still our best lead. That would seem to be our last remaining clue. Let's do it.
To the officers of the Special Security and Surveillance Patrol and the Liyue Qixing, you certainly live up to your reputation. Within a single day, you were able to eliminate over half of the gang's forces. I appreciate the effort. I doubt my secret hiding spot will be a secret much longer. So I suppose it's my turn to throw my hat in the ring. I'm just glad I no longer have to run. So, before my day in court is upon me, allow me to confess to my crimes.
Verantwortung muss, möchte ich meine Verbrechen gestehen. Ja, kriegen wir jetzt eine visuelle Show, was er alles getan hat?
It all started with a Kashara War researcher, expelled from the academia for violating a taboo. He had dedicated his life to the pursuit of knowledge. But when he found himself in the desert, it wasn't even worth a pail of water to quench his thirst. Could you spare some water? I'm a Kashara researcher. If you need something, I could.
Researchers like you are a dime a dozen. Smart as a whip until you find yourself in the desert. Then, you're lucky to survive the night.
Are you mocking me?
No, son. Just still trying to figure out why I've got such a soft spot for strays like you. Here, give me your canteen. You got somewhere to go?
Not really. Thanks to this water, though. At least I can rule out the bottom of a vulture's stomach.
Now you're talking like desert folk. You could always join my band of misfits.
What would I do?
Gather food, guard our water source, just like everyone else I've taken in. Of course, if you have something you're good at, you're welcome to show it off. Every little bit helps.
All I know is weapons.
Weapons?
Yeah. I love studying them. Big and powerful ones, small and deadly ones, old ones, new ones. I believe the essence of Kashara research is embodied in weaponry, and the pursuit of this kind of technology is what pushes the world forward. My lifelong goal has always been to become a foremost expert on all kinds of weapons, so I can invent even more advanced ones. So I might have borrowed a few sensitive techs without permission, but you see the vision, right? The higher-ups in the academia just didn't understand.
The academia could have 1,001 reasons for exiling you out here, and it still wouldn't matter to me, son. All I care about is what this specialty of yours can do for us.
I can help upgrade your weaponry. That should come in handy in a dangerous place like the desert, surely.
True, weapons are essential to life here in the desert. Most folks get them when merchants happen to pass through. But when it comes to protecting the people here, this scimitar in my hand is more than enough. The kind of weapons you're talking about are overkill for a place like this.
Overkill? Really?
Our group is lucky. Our ancestors learned how to protect the oasis from the sandstorms to prevent it from drying up. Plus, we're pretty far off the beaten path. Helps us avoid conflict with other bands of Eremites. All in all, we don't have to travel to find water. We don't have to fight off other desert folk. It's a real place to call home. There are plenty of ways to die in the desert, but behind a lot of them lies too much ambition. So, having somewhere to settle down is more than enough for me.
I see. Guess I could do some odd jobs then.
I've heard you Kashara scholars are handy with all kinds of gadgets. You could always make something for the kids.
You mean, like, toys?
Yes, if you wouldn't mind. It'll give him something to do. Life can get boring out here.
All right, then. And just like that, a Kashara War scholar at the cutting edge of his field ended up in the desert, making toys for children. It got boring from time to time, but all in all, those days were quite pleasant. The Eremites accepted me as one of their own, and all the children loved me. Looking back now, I wish I could have lived like that until the end of my days. But then, those despicable people showed up, and it changed everything. Don't rush me. These materials are in short supply.
Oh, they've got a lot of nerve showing their faces back here.
Send the gem? It has been a while.
Well, we have a right to this oasis too. Our ancestors were part of the group that discovered it.
You hated this place. After that giant sandstorm when everyone else was trying to figure out how to help, you got out of Dodge the first chance you could get.
Because I knew better than to be stubborn. Stay in one place too long around here, and it might just be your grave.
You abandoned this place. If we'd done the same, the oasis wouldn't even exist anymore. You gave up your right to be here a long time ago.
I heard they joined another band of Eremites after leaving us, but got kicked out. I bet they're only crawling back to us now because they've got nowhere else to go.
Chief, should we drive him off?
I'd like to see you try. I'm warning you. You won't get rid of us that easily.
Leave them be. This oasis has always been big enough to sustain more than one group of people. It's not worth spilling blood over. All that matters is keeping the people here safe.
At the time, I didn't think much of it. Just Chaim Wazet being the kind-hearted man he always had been. And so, normal life continued, much unchanged. Well, mostly. You can take the scholar out of the academia, but putting your life's work behind you is easier said than done. I often found myself flipping through my collection of blueprints and sketches. The ruin drakes scattered around Sumeru were of particular interest to me. As far as I knew, no one had been able to analyze or reproduce the technology within those mechanisms. But I was able to design a kind of lure to bait them into attacking, turning them into a weapon. Somehow, the new arrivals at the oasis must have caught wind of it, because they soon started taking an interest in me.
Hope you don't mind me asking, but is that a weapon you're researching?
I do mind, actually. It's none of your business.
Rumor is you used to be a researcher at the academia. All that knowledge going to waste out here in the sticks. What a shame.
What do you want?
I want to team up. The rules and red tape that got you kicked out of the academia, they don't exist in the desert. You could take this research to the next level. As things stand, all you've got is a blueprint and a pipe dream. But what if you had access to the right funds and materials?
What are you suggesting?
Me and my men can get you what you need. In return, all you gotta do is bring this sketch to life. We've always had a good eye for business. Just never the right product. But this thing right here, the different bands of Eremites are gonna shell out Mora left and right to get their hands on it.
You want to sell it?
It's a win-win. You provide the goods, and I earn enough Mora from these people to fund them.
I don't know.
I understand what you're worried about, but listen, it won't come back to bite the people here. These people don't think bigger than this place. They don't get involved in conflict. I mean, come on. Their biggest enemy is the weather.
You've made a bad name for yourself around here. I don't want any part in this.
Well, it's your choice. But it could be the last meaningful choice you ever get in life. So I'll ask you again. Do you want to finally develop the weapons you've been dreaming of and realize your academic ambitions? Or do you want to stay here building toys for kids?
How I wish I'd made the right choice back then.
Yeah, we increased our prices. What about it? You gonna back out?
So, you're really as money hungry as they all say, huh?
Cash is king. That's just business.
Fine.
I'm done. I want out.
What are you talking about? We're making bank here.
I know what the weapons have been used for, and I refuse to be an accomplice to all this any longer.
An accomplice? Listen, that's got nothing to do with us. People would be at each other's throats with or without our weapons. So they die to a machine instead of a scimitar. What difference does it make?
Can't you sell more than just weapons? Surely this can't be all the Eremites are interested in buying.
If you want to make the big Mora, you gotta push what sells. That's just how it is.
And that right there is why I want out.
Fine. I've made more than enough to leave this dump in the dust anyway. If you want out so bad, have it your way.
What was that? No. Kaim was it? How did this happen?
You won't find a tribe in this desert without enemies. People have tried to steal water from this oasis in the past, but Kaim Wazet drove them off. Guess his enemies have been holding a grudge this whole time.
You sold weapons to his enemies. But he took you in when you had nowhere to turn. You owe him your life. Why would you do this?
It was the perfect excuse to drive up the price, that's why.
It was only later that I found out. This wasn't the first time Senegem and his men had turned around and stabbed their allies in the back. Let's just say, there was a good reason they had nowhere else to turn back then. I didn't chase after them, or try to hold them accountable. In that moment, all I could think about was saving as many people as I could, in a desperate attempt to atone for my sins. But once the weapons I designed were turned against us, the fate of this place was sealed. Even I could do nothing to prevent it. In the end, despite all the burning tents I rushed into, I was only able to save 3 children. And now, you know the full account of my crimes. I've been raising them ever since, while attempting to hunt down the men who made them orphans in the first place. This confession is for the kids to read too. So, I hope you'll pass it along to them. They deserve to know the full truth of what happened. I know I'm in no position to make requests, but please, help them find loving parents to take them in. Above all else, they deserve a true family. Back then, I failed to see this through to the end. But I won't make that mistake again.
Jeez. If this is true...
He's after the same target as us. And he's out for revenge.
He even lured us to Nodcry to help him get it.
I think I know what he's planning to do with those ballistas now. If I'm right, this doesn't bode well.
Then we need to find him ASAP! It sounds like he's about to do something super dangerous. But we promised the kids we'd bring him back safe.
I can't just let him get rid of our target either. This crime ring runs deep. There are still many other conspirators we need to track down. Oh?
You got something?
He knew we'd be out of the picture investigating this place. I think he decided to spring the trap that we set up.
Oh, snap. He's not working for them. So our original plan could have worked all along.
The meeting will be happening any time now. Quick, we need to head to the rendezvous point.
All time, bro!
Mind the wind. Easy now, Kakuku.
Ashvapati. It's been a while, Senegem. Over a decade at least.
How did you find this place?
All these years. And the signal you use for the meetup point still hasn't changed. All I had to do was pose as your point of contact. And fish a time and date out of that scout you sent.
Useless bunch of idiots. Just wait until my backup gets here.
Oh, I think that might take a while. The Fontaine and Liyue authorities have your men locked down tight. Every last one.
No. There's no way the cops could have known we'd be here.
Unless, of course, someone deliberately left a trail of clues, leading them straight to the expo. That would be a different story, now wouldn't it? If they hadn't taken your agents out of the equation, I doubt I would have been able to lure you here.
So now what? You gonna turn me in, too?
No. The authorities can have your men. But you're mine.
Is that Fatui tech? Looks like your skills are as good as ever. Listen, I know you're mad that I've been racking up Mora without you all these years, but it looks like you still got it. If you want back in, we can work something out.
After everything that happened, what makes you think I would want back in?
Because what's the alternative? You're not here for revenge, are you? After Kayemwazet took you in, you really convinced yourself you were one of them, huh? What you should have learned is that banking on loyalty and belonging is a losing hand. Better to cash out before you're in the hole. In the desert, my people live by one rule and one rule alone. The last laugh doesn't go to the righteous. It belongs to the one who knows how to cut their losses. Just look at me. When there's more to be earned in the desert, I'm a desert folk. When the opportunities in Fontaine are sweeter, I'm a Fontanian.
You think everyone is as much of a lowlife as you?
A lowlife? There's nothing Mora can't buy, Ashvapati. That includes prestige. You're talking to a renowned Fontanian philanthropist who lives in the Vasari Passage and spends his days going from one grand banquet to the next. Nobody who counts would dare call me a lowlife.
Are you done?
Clearly there's no reasoning with you. Fine. Have it your way. But if you want me dead so bad, why'd you come to face me alone? That wasn't the wisest decision now, was it?
Oh, don't you worry. I brought plenty of firepower with me. You could have brought a whole army for all I care. These weapons will bury every last one of you!
What the? Are you crazy? If that thing fires, you're not getting out of here alive either.
Yes, that's the plan. It's high time both of us paid the price for our sins!
He's lost his mind. Get him! Start breaking his bones until he removes this barrier.
Hold it right there, all of you! Otherwise, I've got enough firepower to go around, too.
The Maison Gardiennage!
You got here sooner than I expected.
Hey! What's that in the sky? Looks like bad news!
Ashvapati, you have my word that these people will face the judgment of the Fontaine courts. Remove the barrier and come with us at once.
Fontanian justice is too merciful for them. You should leave us.
Stubborn fool.
I don't deserve them. I have to atone for the things I've done.
What is it you feel you need to atone for? Weapons research?
You're from Liyue, right? Your ancestors were the first people to master the recipe for gunpowder. And yet, they turned it into fireworks and firecrackers that even children could play with. Surely, it's choices like that which make Liyue what it is today. I hear that it's a very peaceful place to live for the most part. But me? I chose to use my research skills to create weapons of war that brought death to countless people and destroyed the only home those kids had. That's why I have to atone. Because I have blood on my hands.
Sounds like you don't know as much as you think about fireworks. They might be harmless fun in this day and age, but they started out as weapons too, you know.
What?
That's right. Fireworks and firecrackers were originally developed for use as weapons. They needed something a little more powerful than usual for purging evil forces and scaring off wild beasts. Over time, evil spirits learned to fear the sight of flames, started repurposing fireworks for entertainment purposes. The peace we enjoy today isn't because we chose to make toys instead of weapons. The weapons are what secured us the peace in the first place. Only then did we have the luxury of choosing to turn them into toys instead. It's people, not weapons, that commit acts of evil. And when people are as bent on destruction as the evil forces and beasts faced by our forebears, whatever tools they have at their disposal end up as weapons.
Time is running out. Please. Leave while you still can.
Relax. Now that we have these guys in custody, I think we can find a way of repurposing these ballistas for the children's amusement.
I knew they were looking for trouble, but they messed with the wrong manager.
Unsere Schütze, sie fliegen wieder nicht zurück. Der Meister hat gesehen, was ich mir gedacht habe. Let's go.
Captain, we're in position!
Prepare to intersect! On my signal! Fire!
But how?
A fireworks show? Oh.
Recording mode on.
Has this always been part of the show?
No funny business!
I never imagined the Guizhong ballista could be used for something so beautiful.
If you'll agree to come with us and answer some questions, it would be a big help to our investigation.
Of course. You'll have my full cooperation. I know I'm guilty. Just not sure of the precise crime at this point.
Honestly, me neither. I'm sure a case like yours would have Fontaine's top legal experts scratching their heads. As for these arms dealers, though, I can confidently say that none of them will be getting away with this. So at least you can take some solace in that. I know. There's no sentence the court can give them that will satisfy you. But at least the trial will be a public declaration of their crimes and the punishment they will receive. The victims deserve that much. Considering the alternative was them dying in obscurity to a revenge killing with no one left behind to tell the story. This looks more like real justice to me.
I guess you're right.
What do you think they did with Ashpapati in the end? Let's an update.
Ooh.
Try to keep up!
Yeah. Easy now, Kakuku. Easy now, Kakuku.
Try to keep up!
Great! Everyone's in one place!
Now that we are on the other side of this incident, I suggest we put any remaining questions to rest here and now. The Voynich Guild won't be responsible for any disputes remaining after this meeting.
Understood. Well, there's been no serious harm to me or any of my compatriots. And with the arms dealing operation closed down, I've achieved my strategic objective. I'm happy to let the Fontaine authorities process the culprits from here on.
I appreciate your flexibility. I'll need all of them in my custody to proceed with the case files. As for you, given your association with the Voynich Guild, I suspect the boss of the Curatorium might raise some objections if I insisted on bringing you into custody as well.
Then what do you propose, Miss Chevreuse?
While pursuing one of the suspects in this case, it was unfortunately necessary for me to destroy a certain signboard in Nasha Town.
Is that an official confession, officer?
What I'm suggesting is that I don't file charges against Ashvapati. He stays here, and in return, you don't seek damages for the signboard. Sound fair?
Deal.
Huh. That went surprisingly smoothly. Paimon figured it was gonna be a whole ordeal.
Uncle Ashvapati,
They told us the whole story. Everything you've done. Even so, we still want you as our uncle.
But
If you'd been less trusting of the promises these men made to you back then, and left some weapons for your own people to defend themselves with, maybe things would have turned out differently. The way I see it, your crime wasn't the weapons research itself. It was failing to use that knowledge sensibly, to protect the ones you cared about.
yeah, you're absolutely right.
Well then, what are you waiting for? The chance to atone for real is staring you right in the face.
Children, from now on, I will protect you with my life.
Traveler, Yelan, on behalf of the Fontaine authorities, it has been a pleasure working with you both. I wish you all the best.
I have plenty of other business to attend to, so it's probably about time I got going as well. See ya.
Looks like you're a free man.
I guess, but even if they won't arrest me, I still have a lot to answer for. I joined the Voynich Guild with my own agenda and nearly ruined their reputation. Are you really gonna let me get away with that?
After you joined us, it didn't take me long to find out that you'd lied about nearly everything. Everything except your desert origins. That turned out to be true. I actually consider the desert my home too. so I was interested to learn who the real Ashvapati was. Thanks to the Traveler, I now know the full story. And my, what a story it is. Granted, the final chapter caused us a fair amount of trouble. But hey, sometimes that's the price you pay for a good ending.
Are you serious?
I mean, obviously I can't let you stay in the guild. Not after all the rules you broke.
I completely understand.
I'd recommend that you take these kids back to the desert.
Why?
The desert has been plagued by seemingly endless conflict since as far back as I can remember. But your story offers a glimpse of a different way of life. Maybe there really is hope for peace in the desert. The Sumeru of today is a different world than what it once was. With Lesser Lord Kusanali at the helm, who knows where the possibilities end? Maybe you could rebuild the home these kids once knew.
I'm flattered, really. But that was a lifetime ago. I'm sure the sandstorms will have buried any last trace of that oasis by now. Sure, we could put up a few tents and call it a settlement. But what then? It would be a brutally harsh existence. There's no way around it.
Where there's Mora, there's always a way. Hello, my dear customer. Why don't you discuss your needs with me? If you can dream it, you can buy it.
So Mora is the answer, huh? All right. Say I wanted to buy a hometown for these children. You telling me I can buy that from you?
Don't take her so literally. She's just doing her sales pitch. Sure can. Huh? Ta-da! I present to you one magical gemstone created by none other than the renowned mage Alice herself. Simply plant it in the ground and a spring will instantly start growing. Before long, you'll have yourself a fully fledged oasis. And the best part is, it's designed to work flawlessly, even in the most arid and sandiest of deserts.
What the?
Huh. Looks genuine to me.
Goodness. They always say you can find everything at the Not Cry Trade Expo. Turns out it's more than just marketing hyperbole. Still, surely a treasure like this must cost the world. As much as I'd love to buy it, I don't think I'm the kind of clientele you're looking for.
Actually, this could be your lucky day. The mage who tasked me with selling this insisted on setting the price herself, and she priced it as whatever keeps the kids happy. Needless to say, I could have found far more lucrative options. But alas, none of them would be worth breaking a promise to a mage over.
Whatever keeps the kids happy? So what is that in Mora?
Good question. I got it! How about I charge you whatever you three kids earned at the expo? Then you can say you bought back your hometown through nothing but your own hard work. I think that would keep the kids very happy indeed. Wouldn't you agree?
Deal!
Hooray! Well, this was a strange turn of events.
I think it's safe to say that this was one of the more memorable trade expos.
Weapons need regular maintenance. Take good care of them, and they'll take care of you when it matters most. I like to drink on occasion. Any and every occasion. Good one.